question and like,
Well,
yeah,
you know,
it's
there's,
the whole thing is, I'm not happy about it. Good evening. Tonight I'll call the York County February 6, 2023 County Council meeting to order. At this time I'll recognize Tommy Atkins from District 3 who will lead us in invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, thank you for letting us all gather here tonight safely. And I pray that you give us wisdom and knowledge as we do the people's business. In Jesus' name I ask, amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll start with our oath of office. Brittany Brown for Keep York County Beautiful, District 6, if you are here, if you will come forward. It's good to have you here. On behalf of the council, I want to say thank you for agreeing to serve on a volunteer basis on a board. You can stand right there. Our attorney will come in and he will swear you in. But on behalf of the council, we do want to say thank you for giving up your time and for not getting paid to do that and for doing such a good job on Keep York County Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. We have no appearances tonight, so we'll move now to the public forum session. The public forum session is an opportunity for the council to hear from the public. We do this at the beginning of the meeting in case there's an item on the agenda that folks aren't allowed to speak on because it's not a public hearing matter, or if there's an issue that they want to raise with council. What we do ask is that folks not call any individuals out or say anything because we can't respond. We're here solely to listen to you and what your concerns are in the community. If you would, please, when you get to the front after I call your name, if you'll state your name and give your address before you start your comments, and also pay attention to the screen. When your time starts, it will go from green to start blinking yellow, and then there'll be a red light that says your 2 minutes is up. If you could kindly cut off your comments so that I don't have to cut you off, then that makes me not feel like I'm being rude, but I have to do that if I have to do that. So we'll start with number 1, Larry Bird.
Good evening. I'm Larry Bird, 375 Starlight Drive, Fort Mill. I attended your recent swearing-in ceremony on January the 3rd. I was very impressed with this solemn ceremony to swear in the newly elected county councilors who will represent the people of York County. Congratulations to the new councilors, and thank you to the incumbents who remain in office to represent the people and who endeavor to help lead York County in the right direction. As you serve, please remember that we live in a constitutional republic, allowing citizens to elect representatives who work for us. When I looked at the program, which is right here, for the swearing-in ceremony, I saw right on the front cover the mission statement of York County Council. It reads, and I quote, "York County provides an environment where all citizens and businesses can thrive and succeed," end of quote. This mission statement really grabbed my attention, that all citizens and businesses can thrive and succeed in York County. I therefore have a question for the York County councilors. have you given Morning Star Church the freedom to thrive and succeed in fulfilling its message? Our mission statement is to honor our mothers and fathers by providing seniors the opportunity to live, thrive, and succeed in the Tower. I believe this is a new day. We had 3 New York County councilors, and this is your opportunity to get it right for Morning Star and its members. Please provide an environment for Morning Star to thrive and succeed as you fulfill your mission statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Kurt Bobson.
I live at 375 Starlight Drive in Fort Mill, and I'm living in the Heritage community. I've been there for about 15 months. People come here to be a part of this ministry from literally all over the world, and they bring a lot of experiences, brings a lot of diversity into the community. People with great character and integrity. They've got compassion for people. They're kind of people that the community should desire and want to have. Why is this an important issue, the tower we're talking about for Morning Star? The tower will bring a safe place for seniors and retirees to come and live and to contribute to the communities in York County. For the council, the 30,000 foot view perspective you might want to consider is there are many social and economic challenges right here in York County, and a strong partnership between government and the body of Christ, the church, is critical in addressing these issues. So it's the most effective way to solve the problems that we face. The tower issue goes well beyond restoring a building. It's symbolic of building and restoring our communities in York County. The best way towards solving and addressing the political and social issues here in the county are at the local level, and that's why we're here. We're here to come together in unity, dedicated to this, starting with the strengthening of this partnership by moving forward and restoring the tower at Morning Star. Last year I was at the council meeting, and I followed up with a handwritten letter. I didn't get any response whatsoever, and that is not fostering a spirit of cooperation and respect. However, it's a new day, a new time, a new council, and I pray that we will have a spirit of cooperation going forward. We're here tonight in that spirit of cooperation, but we're very resolved and determined to see victory in this. There will be a victory, and we do not want this to be a victory over you, but we want this to be a victory with you. It's never too late to do the right thing, and when voices are telling you otherwise. So now is the time to do the right thing and find a way to move forward together. Thank you for your
sir.
time.
Madeline Usa K-Buyer. I'm sorry, I'm sure I crucified that.
My name is Madeline Usikbuyer, and I live at 866 Treasure Court. I am a dancer as well as a student, 9th grade, and I currently attend Communis School for Creative Leadership, but more affectionately known as CSCL. It is a K-12 school that is currently located a couple of blocks away from the Morning Star Tower. Something that just really bonds me to the school and gives me a heart for it, and anything closely related to it, is the fact that my mom teaches there. She's a 5th grade teacher, and all of my 5 other siblings attend there as well. And for those of you who don't know, CSCL is Morning Star's investment in the next generation's education. And here today we are talking about the funding for the completion of the tower, Morning Star's next investment into the community. Not only would the tower's completion house many, it would bring opportunity to our small school, for it would bring people of all trade and craft to teach and assist us in new and very different ways, like what my mom does. So here today, we are asking if you have any interest in funding our mission to house those in need and educate our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. David Herr.
David Herr, 638 Trenholm Hill. I was trying to get 375 off my mind. 638 Trenholm Trail, Fort Mill, South Carolina. Thank you for serving our county, and thank you for your time tonight. I spoke to this great council last year from my experience as a realtor on the effect of Morningstar's restoration of its campus on the surrounding real estate. And in short, restored buildings add value to everything in the area. Tonight, I want to come to you in my role as Morningstar's sales manager. It's my job to sell and rent our unique active adult community that we've created on our campus. I am proud to announce that our 100-unit community is now completely sold out, and we have a healthy waiting list of people wanting to enjoy what we've created. How does this apply to the Tower Project? One, we've done it before, and we can do it again. We don't have to start from scratch this time. The Tower Project has the benefit of our proven track record of over 120 seniors singing the praises of what we've provided for them. Two, let me get specific. The tower has approximately 225 units when it's completed. Currently, we have 190 reservations for those 225 units. On top of that, I have another 50 people on a waiting list wanting to buy in our current community. So you add those two together. And additionally, I have another 100 people who want to rent in our community. Can we build the tower? Absolutely. Can we fill it? Yes. Will the tower succeed? Yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Diana Simone.
Good evening, Diana Simone, 375 Starlight Drive, Fort Mill. I'm a member of Morningstar Church, and I own 2 homes in York County. I'm a former investigative journalist and worked undercover in Sudan, Zimbabwe, the DMZ, China, and elsewhere, writing about religious persecution against Christians. On one of those trips, I learned about child trafficking. Eventually, I left my journalism career and started a nonprofit to reach children before the traffickers do. Today, my organization is the global leader in trafficking prevention, working in 65 countries. I'm still a writer, author of 17 published books. I also write and publish online, and I did a series last month on child trafficking with 1 million views. I moved here to be part of Morningstar, the refirement community. There are people here with resumes much longer and much more brilliant than mine. Not one of us moved here to sit around. We're passionate about bettering the world and doubly passionate about pouring into young people. The world's children are in crisis, not just the ones being trafficked, but the ones right in our own homes. They need my generation, older people, to mentor them, love them, share our experiences, and help them dream the dreams that can change the world. We have dynamic programs at Morningstar and people wanting to join us. They're on the long waiting list to move here into the tower that's being held up by 7 people, all of you. It is astonishing to me, and it is time to end this illegal injustice against a Christian church and move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Peyton Brocklebank.
Hi, my name is Peyton Brocklebank. I am 14 years old, and I live at 111 Jackson Street. I am a student that attends CSCL. I'm in 8th grade, and I am here to talk to y'all about why Morningstar should be able to proceed with the building and opening of the Heritage Tower. As a student, I think it is extremely important to have different points of views when it comes to teaching. By opening the Heritage Tower and turning it into a retirement building, there can be many more adults who can come teach and mentor to our young minds. Let's talk about the good it will do for our community versus what it's doing right now. If Morningstar continues with the building and opening there will bring a lot more attraction, not just to Regent Park, but the general area. Not only does this mean more people, but it also means more business in the area. More teachers for the students, more volunteers for help, and more parental figures in kids' lives that may have none. Over the years that I've lived in this area, I have seen nothing move with this project, and I have seen nothing change. There's a conflict that needs to be resolved, and I just hope that we can move forward with this so that it can better the future of our next generation and young students like I wish that it would have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Deborah Anthony.
Debbie Anthony, 117 David Court in Fort Mill, and thank you so much for having us. I have spoken with most of you several times before, but there are new members on the council, so I'll introduce myself again. I'm a home-owning, tax-paying, law-abiding citizen of Fort Mill for almost 9 years now. I work full-time at Morning Star. I mostly frequent local businesses, preferring to spend my money in York County where I pay my taxes. The tower is intended to house many more active seniors, people just like me. Every single day at Morning Star, we get phone call after phone call wanting to know can they come, is the tower ready? Since we're maxed out of housing at Morning Star, they come anyway, they just find housing somewhere else. You folks know they are coming in droves. Just for example, the population of Fort Mill grew 16.77% from 2021 to 2023. In 2022, South Carolina is number 3 of all the states that people want to come to. Our population is exploding, and Morning Star wants to help with the housing that all of these people need. Given all of that, I'm going to pose the same question that I have posed every time that I've been here, and that is, why won't you let us complete the tower? We are so hoping to hear back from you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gary Wickham.
Gary Wickham, 336 Wendell Drive, Fort Mill. Allow me to touch on several points that may not be known by some. Number one, Morning Star has renovated 80% of their campus that was originally in major despair and disrepair and was a public eyesore. Morning Star has become a sought-after venue for weddings in a beautiful renovated setting now. Morning Star has successfully operated a senior living community. There are over 100 active seniors. We've already talked about that. The church has staffing and services that will be extended into the high-rise apartments. A long waiting list that has been mentioned several times demonstrates the need for more senior apartments on our property. For over 30 years, I have developed and managed senior living facilities to include 12 facilities in 7 states for a church denomination. I never experienced roadblocks in those church projects like Morning Star is painfully experiencing now. So what can we do? We can agree. We can agree to remove expensive legal finagling, clear the table of biases, treat each other with standards and respect normally given a commercial developer. It is heartbreaking, and there is no other way to express this, to see the division between our well-meaning elected council members and a respected Christ-centered church that only wants to do good for others. We have so much in common, my friends. We all stand We all attend our respective houses of worship. We have shared values of right and wrong. We honor our constitutional
Thank you,
freedoms.
sir.
And so, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for hearing me.
Yes, sir. Robert Rummage.
Good evening, Robert Rummage. I live at 720 Balboa Court in Fort Mill. I've lived in York County since 2006. From the home I own, I can see an unfinished 21-story tower that was 90 days from completion when construction stopped in 1987. I see this tower when I walk my dog around the lake, every day when I drive to work. This tower is a relic from the 80s. I know its history. I remember visiting Heritage USA in the 80s to see the Christmas lights and attend concerts. I saw the tower while it was under construction. I was in college when the ministry fell, and I remember talking about it with my fellow ministerial students. I've read the book by Jim Baker entitled I Was Wrong, in which he takes ownership of his own personal failures that led to the downfall of the PTL ministry that built that tower. I think it's time to let the past be the past and press on to the future. The current owner of this tower, Morningstar Ministries, has encountered a roadblock in developing their own property, hit resistance from this governmental entity and its legal representatives. As a tax-paying homeowner in York County, I thank you, elected members of York County Council, for representing me, and I urge you to remove the roadblocks now. As a member of Morningstar Fellowship Church, who's watched this ministry steward its finances and faithfully, incrementally restore the Grand Hotel and Conference Center room by room, inch by inch, I say they have a proven track record of financial accountability. They are not PTL 2.0. Let them do for the tower what they've done for the rest of their property. Remove the roadblocks now. As a Regal Manor homeowner who dodges potholes, looks at an eyesore every day, I say let this church develop their tower, pave the roads, raise our property values. Remove the roadblocks now. As a prayer pastor who oversees Morningstar's prayer room, over 120 hours of live worship, prayer, and scripture reading every week, manned largely from volunteers and residents at Morningstar, I say, let us do our ministry in peace, remove the roadblocks now. And as a former missionary in Eastern Europe, I've seen firsthand governmental entities restricting and limiting churches' abilities to function and develop their own properties. Let's resist socialist tendencies. I say, let religious freedom flourish. Please remove the roadblocks now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Teresa Dawsey Moore.
Theresa Dancy Moore, 2083 Bright Flower, York, South Carolina. First of all, I'd like to thank you for having all of us here from Morningstar Church. I'm a new member at Morningstar, pharmaceutical scientist, a nurse, media, and a minister as well. I thank you. Our country has taken the effort to invest in our seniors through Medicare. I also do a show, a television show, producer and director, The Power of Money, that helps veterans and seniors in our community. It's aired on Mondays at 7 o'clock in the morning, as well as Mondays at 4 o'clock in the evening. And it's a very good show, and it's here to aid and help seniors, veterans, and people investing in their monies. Also, I'd like you guys to consider Morningstar's offer to help the seniors, to help build the community. That's what we're needing in this community now. I'm also aged. I'm a baby boomer. We provided to this community positive. We have provided quite a bit to this community, and it has been positive. I thank God that we were here to be presented before you, and I would like you to consider to take down the roadblock and allow Morningstar Ministries to go on with the Heritage Center and to help our seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Robert Rogers.
I'm Robert Rogers, 5713 Potter Road South. And I'd like to thank you for having us here tonight. I'm a history teacher, a government teacher, and I was very proud to be able to have this opportunity and bring a couple of my students here and for you to hear them out. I used to be on the property as a resident for 10 years, and I was on the Regal Manor board of the initial Regal Manor board of, the HOA board. It was before I got off the ground. So I'm very familiar with the project. I'm also very familiar as a history person studying the county. And I just first wanted to, what stood out to me is I'm proud of your motto, I'm proud of the invocation, and I'm proud of that you still say the Pledge of Allegiance. And as a government teacher, I think we all are aware of where we're headed and sometimes the fear of that. And I just wanted to make that point, and just to be able to have this here, I appreciate you guys hearing us out. But this tower could bring former politicians, former councilmen, for my students to speak in my classroom. That's what it represents, and I wanted to make that point. Also this is a historical treasure. This is an asset. This used to be the tallest building in South Carolina. I think it's the third tallest still. This is a pennies for progress issue. There would be about probably 230 units, and that would be, they say, $1,000 in sales tax on average. That's $500,000 that these residents would be bringing, and I think that point should be made. I would like to apologize for if anything was ever said by the Bakers or anyone else, and I just ask that we move on and bring this to my students, these people that would be a treasure for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Paul Thompson.
Evening, I'm Paul Thompson. I'm county coordinator with the Clemson Extension Service here in York, and I wanted to express Clemson's appreciation for the support in the past and continued support in the future. We have the nicest extension office in the entire state that y'all have provided for us in the old library building. But one of the big reasons I'm coming here tonight is to introduce our new 4-H agent who just started with Clemson on November 11th, I think it was.
Hi, I'm Kristen. I went to Winthrop here, and I've served York County as a teacher for the past 6.5 years, and I'm really excited to continue serving our students here. I'm married to a Fort Mill police officer, so we love York County and love the children in York County. She passed out some program updates for you. We're really excited about some really great stuff that's happening. We have a leadership club, we've got a dairy club, we have a Winthrop Collegiate 4-H club, which is great to get those older kids investing into the younger generation. We have a dog club that's coming up. We have a shooting sports club that just started. Lots of great things going on for the kids in our county, and I thank you for your support for our kids and what we do. And if you have any questions or ever need any of me, I'm here. So thank y'all.
Thank you very much. I cannot read this last name. Douglas. Douglas Cutter, maybe?
My name is Doug Little. I'm at 527 Cherokee Farms Trail, Clover. I'm here about the rezoning for the barn that is there. I've met with the new owner, Mr. Radford, and had him write a letter of what he intends to do at that barn and all. I'm also the president of the HOA in our community. One thing I would say is I spoke to each and every HOA board member on what Mr. Radford is planning to do at this point, and at this point we see no fault or problem with what he plans on doing with what he's doing at this point with this barn. I do think that it can bring value to our homes and all. I think the only concern for most here are what would happen if he sold this property. I think, and I don't understand or know if that zoning could be put where it could say that certain things could not happen if it were done or if it were sold to someone else. We just want to make sure that we keep the value of our homes and our neighborhood where it is and keeps improving. I know Mr. Radford's building a very nice home as well, so I'm sure he has no intentions of lowering the value of his home either. So again, as far as the HOA board for Cherokee Farms is concerned, and as far as I'm concerned, what he has planned, we're in approval of, even though we have no say-so on what happens to the barn itself in our governing HOA.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our public forum session. I want to thank everyone who came out tonight and for your comments. We move now to our consent agenda. My understanding is number 10.
Yes,
Requested.
yeah, I'd like to go ahead and remove that out of consent.
We'll put that to old business number 1. Are there any other removals? Do we have a motion to approve consent agenda with that amendment?
Yeah, motion to approve, incorporating the move from 10 into old business.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Move now to our first public hearing item. Council to hold a public hearing and consider third reading of an ordinance to amend the code of the County of York, South Carolina, Chapter 51-05.05, water and sewer rates and charges, terms and conditions on service in order to add subsection 17 to impose a surcharge for certain water and sewer customers located in the Clover, River Hills, Lake Wiley area of the county as delineated by the geographic area constituting the Blue Granite Franchise Territory, and to provide for matters related thereto. Do we have any presentation from staff or any information? We'll just move into public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor? Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion? Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Our number 2, our next public hearing, council to hold a public hearing and consider amending and providing third reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of tax and incentive agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, the county, and Pallidus, Inc., a company previously identified as Project Tullamore Operating Company, and BAC Calar Rockkill LLC, a company previously identified as Project Tullamore existing real property owner with respect to certain property, including without limitation, economic development property in the county whereby such property will be subject to certain payments in lieu of ad valorem taxes, including the provision of certain special source credits and other matters related thereto. Is there any presentations from staff? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
we have one clarifying edit we need to make with counsel for the company. It's non-substantive. It's just we're going to be changing the language to clarify that the property itself can be transferred between the company and any prospective buyer at a subsequent point in time without the county having a position to block that sale. We don't block the sales or the transfers of property, and the document says that to our satisfaction currently. but it just allows the council to be apprised of the transfer in advance so that we know that it's happening. If we have to modify the documents at a later point in time, we will. And that's just perfunctory. We do it routinely with other fee agreements in the county, but the company wanted just additional time, 24 hours, to look at that a little bit more closely and may have some narrow clarifying language just to underscore what I just stated. We don't think it's substantive at all, but will just help the company feel a little bit more at ease with the document they're signing.
Did you say this is a standard term?
Yes, we believe the contract already says that. They just want to make sure that we don't have a role to prohibit a transfer of property. What the language in the document says is we either have to come back with a resolution approving it, or they have to advise us in advance of the sale so that we're aware of who they're transferring the property to. Those properties are transferred quite frequently for investment purposes under the fee agreements. It's a matter of routine, but I believe the reviewers at the company just wanted some time to see if they wanted to put any clarifying language to that point I just stated. We don't have any concerns in the legal department that that's going to affect the substance of the agreement at all. It's just to help provide some comfort to the company, and I want to bring that to y'all's attention.
Okay, we're in the midst of closing public hearing. Is that something that needs to be amended in the main motion? And what would need to be said? And is the prospective transfer of the property going to be limited to
clarifying language
American ownership?
Yeah, but there'll just be clarifying language in the transfer language of the agreement, and we don't think it needs to amend that it substantively affects the document at all, so we don't think any motion needs to amend. I just want to bring to the council attention that we'll be making a minor edit to clarify that point.
Well, I think at this point, we need to go ahead and
make a motion to approve with acknowledging the potential edits.
We need to close the public hearing.
Yes, ma'am.
We haven't done that.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Do we have a new motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I would just like to say real quickly, the opportunity here for the community and the opportunity for job growth is immense with this new company coming in. We're looking at over 400 new jobs coming into York County. This is a very good news for the community, and I want to share that with everyone.
I would also say that this is to have a silicone manufacturer come in and opens up some tremendous opportunities for the county. I'm very pleased and spoke with representatives from the company that it's 100% American-owned, and the investors are American. That's important to me personally and to this council. And the types of jobs that are going to be created here will be livable wage jobs that are 80,000 plus salaries. So I think it is a tremendous opportunity for the county, especially with the investment that's going to be made. Any other comments? Any other comments or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Rezoning action. Council to hold a public hearing and consider first reading. Case number 22-42 to rezone 53 parcels from various zoning districts to PR. Council districts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That covers most of us. The applicant being York County. Mr. Buono.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this application, or this case, I should say, is a council-initiated rezoning. It is to the PR, or Parks and Recreation District. It is countywide, covering all districts except for 1 and 7, and it affects 53 total parcels. So because Parks and Recreation, or PR, is a new district, I thought it bared some explaining. So this is a cut from our zoning code that explains the purpose of that district. So it was created to designate areas for parkland, open space, conservation, things of that nature. So those properties are envisioned to remain in their natural state, but it could have areas for both passive and active recreational uses. So some of the uses, some examples of what's allowed in that district equestrian uses, farmers markets, hunting and fishing clubs, amphitheaters, campgrounds, golf courses, parks, and other outdoor recreation. And another little nuance that's unique to this district is it does allow for pervious material in parking lots and internal private drives other than the driveway aprons and accessible spaces, so that allows a more natural use of a PR property. So here's a larger map of those affected properties. Those would be in the dark green color there. And so there are 5 total property owners across these 53 parcels. The York County properties include Worth Mountain, Brattonsville, Wood End Farm, a couple of additional Bethel Lake Wiley Park Preservation properties, Nanny's Mountain, Naked Goat Market, Field Day Park, and the large Catawba Bend Preserve. The South Carolina Department of Natural Resources also has the Kirsch Wildlife Conservation Tract, McConnell's Tract, James Ross Wildlife Reservation, Draper Wildlife Management Area, and the Black Jacks Heritage Preserve. Most of those properties are large wildlife management areas that a lot of people do hunting in. The Duke Energy properties include the Allison Creek Access Area, Buster Boyd Access, Ebenezer Park, and Hoke Island, which is a small island in the Catawba River just north of the Catawba Bend Preserve. And there are 2 golf courses on this list in private ownership as well, and that's the River Hills Golf Course and the Pine Tuck Golf Course. And while both of those properties are active recreational uses, they might seem a little bit different than the rest of the properties, so wanted to explain why those were included in the original initiation list. And that's because of this example here. One of the reasons that the Parks and Recreation District was created in the first place is what happened with the Regent Park Golf Course. So here's an aerial photography view of that course in 2000. So you can see outlined in white roughly the limits of the golf course there. And you can see the underlying zoning districts are a mix. So there was no Parks and Recreation District at the time. So there's a mix of RMX 20, general commercial, RMX 10. So these are all residential and commercial zoning districts that allow very different uses than purely for outdoor recreational purposes. So at the point in time that the golf course was no longer in operation and came forward for redevelopment, you see a lot of development patterns that are very different from what the golf course looked like. So you see a mix of single-family detached homes on small lots. You see apartments, you see townhomes. So those are very different from what the surrounding community might have been accustomed to with a golf course. So in many circumstances, some of those developments might have been appropriate for the area, but because of the underlying zoning district already being in place at the time that the golf course existed, neither the Planning Commission or the County Council had an opportunity to weigh in as to whether those developments were appropriate for the area. So had a Parks and Recreation District existed, and this property fell into that district and the golf course could continue in that use, when it was appropriate for that property to change hands and to come forward for redevelopment, all of those would have come forward in the form of rezonings and given council an opportunity to weigh in at that time. So that's why those 2 golf course properties were included in that list. This item did go before Planning Commission, and by a 7-0 vote, Planning Commission recommended both approval of the overall rezoning, and they also had a supplementary recommendation to exclude the parcels of the Pine Tuck Golf Course from the rezoning, and that's tax map parcel number 614-00000014 and 037 from the rezoning.
Thank you, Jonathan. Are there any questions from council? I've got a couple, actually.
Yeah.
It looks like, at least on this list, that those 2 parcels with Pine Tuck Holdings, it's reflecting District 3, but those are District 5. I do have a specific question with relation to that, the RSF 40 classification. What's the density allowed for that? That's currently what it's zoned.
I'd have to double check on our zoning code, but it's going to be probably 1.5 if I were to guess. Manufactured homes are not permitted in RSF 40.
Yeah.
When you get that up, Jonathan, if you'll just circle back
Yes, ma'am.
with
Yeah.
me.
Do you want to go
Mr.
ahead?
Audette?
Yeah, so a couple quick questions. You know, as I'm looking down through this list, the two questions I have, because this is a lot of, you know, this is impacting a lot of very well-used areas, et cetera. How in this rezoning is this going to help to protect these properties, I think, you know, keeping them preserved from that perspective? And then the other question I have is that as you look at places like Draper or Worth Mountain, I mean, there's a lot of people that use WMA properties. It's a quality of living opportunity for people that hunt and fish, and they're beautiful areas. So I just want to understand what is going to be our partnership with WMA, and does this affect our partnership?
Yeah, and before I get into that, just pulled up the density now, and the RSF4, the maximum density is 1 dwelling unit per acre, except for cluster subdivisions, which is 1.25. And then addressing the different wildlife management areas and protecting properties that are included in this rezoning. So the district itself allows all of the uses that are currently on these properties. So all of those properties can largely operate unaffected. It just protects the future so that if for any reason DNR were to transfer their property or Duke's leases changed, anything like that, that those properties, if they were to be redeveloped, would first have to come to county council to seek a rezoning of that property, and then council will be able to make a call at that time.
Okay. Thank you.
The private property owner that was included in this list, I mean, I think there's already been some public comment about this from our council, especially to make sure that any of these initiated rezonings, I think we all thought that they were existing parks that were simply matching what RECO identifies. I think our policy going forward now is to make sure that, first of all, they aren't in consent, but do want to ask, were those property owners given individual notice?
Yes, ma'am. So the code requires that any property owners for a council-initiated rezoning are notified by a certified mail, and those were sent out to all the property owners.
And I'll just point out the obvious, which I think all of us know, that the Pine Tuck Holdings individuals were the ones that opposed their personal property being rezoned under this process. Pine Tuck Holdings. I think that's what we've got to decide when we go into the next, after we finish public hearing, what we do for second reading. Does anybody else have any questions? Do you have any questions, Bump, for Jonathan? Any other questions? All right. We'll open this up for public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? You've got to come forward and make comments. Not going to like my answer so we don't answer questions, but we'll see what we can do. If you state your name and give your address.
Julia Curtis, 106 Sterling in York. So why only these 53? Because my property is near Bethel Woods. So why wasn't Bethel Woods considered for this and other areas like that? Why only these 53?
We went through a kind of criteria checklist. So we were looking for properties that met our criteria, whether it was publicly owned, if it was an active park. And as we come through the list, certainly there might be properties that other individuals feel would be appropriate to add to the list, and certainly council can consider those in the future, but this was the original list that staff identified.
Does anyone else? Please come forward. Y'all don't need to wait on me. You can start lining up. Anybody who wants to speak against.
Good evening. My name is Craig Craze, and I live at 3480 Marshall Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina. I'm a longtime resident of York County, and I live out near the Pine Tuck Golf Course. I'm also the owner of Pine Tuck Holdings. So I own the land on the golf course and as well as surrounding land. I come before you this evening to respectfully ask that you do not take my land, do not rezone it. I don't want to be rezoned. I didn't wish to be rezoned, and I hope to give you a little bit of background to justify my request. So, as you might, we have new council members. On October 3rd, 2022, the county initiated rezoning of these then 52 parcels of land to park and recreation designation was approved as part of a consent agenda. So this is really the first time we've had an opportunity to talk about it. With the exception of the 2 parcels held by my company, all of the land proposed for the rezoning was owned by York County, South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, and Duke Power. It is all used for public facilities such as parks, natural preserves, and lake access. When I did go and ask the county why my land was included, because to be clear, the first time the other golf course was not included, only my golf course was. They cited the operation of the Pine Tuck Golf Course, which opened in 1973, as the impetus for rezoning, since it is now a non-conforming use under the newly adopted zoning ordinance. So the zoning changed, and therefore the golf course became non-conforming. As you may be aware, the golf business is in decline nationally, and it really has been since 2004. The Pine Tuck Golf Course has been particularly hard hit. It was on the brink of defaulting on its commercial loan and closing permanently when I intervened in 2018. I purchased the golf course and the surrounding land in 2019 with the clear intent of redeveloping it. I was very open about that and transparent. As a courtesy, because development takes time, I leased the golf course back to the operators for $1 a year. I want to put that in perspective. Since then to this day, the golf courses have been able to avoid $520,000 of expense because I charged them nothing to use the land. That was a courtesy because it keeps the grass cut. It's a courtesy to the neighbors in that area. I think it's important to know that during the time, I met extensively with the residents of the area and the community, county staff, as well as the city of Rock Hill. One of the first meetings we had actually was all the residents on Pine Tuck Lane were invited to my home, and my wife and I hosted them in the home. We were very transparent about the golf course was going to have to close and what could life after the golf course look like. From those conversations and others emerged the idea of a mixed-use, pedestrian-oriented community with an extensive network of parks and greenways. It's called Kettle Song. There were 8 additional public meetings held. Our chairwoman attended one of those, some of them in large venues with very big turnouts. So this is not analogous to Regent Park. This is something where the golf course was in distress, and we have put our arms, locked arms with the neighbors to talk about what could it look like going forward in the future. Now, the county was aware of this. A preliminary plan was presented to the county planning department in a series of meetings from 2019 to 2021. The full plan has never included a golf course. So we've been very clear up front. We purchased it to redevelop it, and the golf course was not a long-term part of it. While that master plan cannot today be developed in its entirety due to utility capacity constraints, much of the residential component could be developed under the current RSF 40 zoning, which allows for 1 house per acre. Pine Tuck Holdings owns 400 contiguous acres that are uniformly zoned RSF 40. So, Karen, thank you for putting that up. If you look at Exhibit A, all the yellow is what it is currently zoned as. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see that this is consistent with York County's future land use plan, the circle in the bottom, which calls for residential development in that area. Karen, if you could go back, please. Exhibit B, which is the right side, is what the proposed rezoning would do. It would turn it into a jigsaw puzzle and make it virtually undevelopable. This would result in a significant financial loss. I mean, once you take in consideration setbacks, those weird shapes, access, infrastructure costs, there's not a way to really do any type of development on that. So this rezoning would stop all development. To avoid this financial loss, I've taken the action to address the county's concern of the non-conforming use. I've terminated the lease agreement for the golf course effective October 31st, and the staff has a copy of that termination notice. Now, I do want to be clear, guys. The county's action was not what was the primary driving force of causing the golf course to close. I mean, it's just George Dunlap, who is who runs it, and Joe Duncan. Those guys are miracle workers. I mean, if you saw the budget that they work on and what they've been able to accomplish with it, it's amazing. But golf courses are really hungry animals that require constant reinvestment. 2 different parties looked at what it would take to invest in the golf course to bring it back up to speed. It's just not financially viable. The golf course is going to close not because of mismanagement, but just because not enough golfers and you can't generate enough revenue, and the equipment that they've been using for all those years is just not able to keep going. So with this information in mind, I hope you will grant my request and accept the Planning Commission's recommendation to please remove my parcels from this county-initiated rezoning. Thank you. I'm glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-1. Did I get that right? I got the numbers right? All right. We'll keep moving. Rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 22-44, tax map number 719-00000199, to rezone from LI to OI, 88.13 acres in District 7. Mr. Buono.
This application is to rezone from light industrial to office and institution. It's an 88-acre parcel owned by the Fort Mill School District off of Gold Hill Road near the intersection with the 21 bypass. So the applicant proposes to develop a school campus for an elementary school, a middle school, athletic fields, and other accessory facilities. This use is not allowed in the light industrial district, so they are requesting the office and institutional district. And staff recommends approval of the rezoning request. The request is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. If you look at the map on the right side there, you can see that pinkish color. That is the I-77 corridor employment future land use designation. That's really looking for high employing industries to move in, preferably target industries for economic development. However, school system is a very high employer, has a lot of jobs that go with it. So we felt like this rezoning met that criteria. And you can see there's some adjacent OI zoning in existence already in that area. And so we're recommending approval, and by a 7-0 vote, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for staff? All right, we'll move to public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Got a quiet bunch.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Move now to public hearing item number 5, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 22-48, tax map number 36000000046, to rezone from RSF 40 to RUD, 15.15 acres in District 3. Jonathan?
Yes, this application is on Stallion Spirit Trail. It is to go from RSF 40, as is much of the neighborhood, to RUD. So this case is currently under violation, so that's the reason it's come before you all for a rezoning request. It's under violation for an unpermitted use, the livestock use. So you can see there are a number of animals on the property. When the code enforcement officer investigated the property, the applicant seeks to rezone from that RSF 40, which does not permit livestock, to RUD, which does. And if the rezoning is granted, that would permit the use to continue and would resolve their violation. Staff recommends approval of this application. It is consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. Again, if you look there on the right, it has the rural residential future land use designation on it, and the RUD zoning district falls within that classification. And the uses in RUD are compatible with the existing area. And by a vote of 7-0, Planning Commission likewise recommends approval.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions for staff?
Yeah.
Mr. Atkins?
This being in my district. Jonathan, the staff and management recommended the change, correct? And
yes, sir.
And my second question is, currently equestrian use is not allowed in RSF 40 by right?
So there are two different classifications of equestrian uses. There's commercial and then there's private non-commercial. So RSF 40 allows the private non-commercial, but it does not allow the commercial.
Yeah. So if there was boarding or anything like that, that would be classified as commercial.
Yes, sir.
And he's private.
Any other questions for staff before we open it up for public hearing? Mr. Roddy?
This particular one.
Yeah, so there are, this is not part of the HOA. I think you heard that earlier this evening. It's kind of an odd situation in that it's central to the neighborhood, but not part of the HOA. So, you know, the characteristics of the area are generally 1 acre around that lot development in that neighborhood.
And this tract is 15 acres.
Yes, sir.
What is the new zoning allow that is not currently allowed?
You'll permit me a moment. As much as I like to think I've memorized a lot of the code, I've not memorized all of it. So uses that are allowed in RUD by right, meaning that they would not then have to go on to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a special exception, include agricultural support, animal production and livestock, which is the use in question here, general farming, indoor farming, greenhouses, churches, schools, libraries, animal and pet services, and animal hospital. There's some overlap there with churches, schools, and libraries, I believe, but a lot of those more traditional farming uses would be allowed in RUD, but not in RSF 40.
So we're permitting more livestock by what we're doing. No?
I guess the question I had, were you in the mid-question? Were you in mid-question? I'm trying to figure out if you're asking a question.
Oh, I was asking, will this change be permitting more livestock versus more on-the-ground farming of growing crops?
So the livestock use allows those livestock animals. So the chickens there's a certain number that you can have as an accessory use to a home, right? We had that change last year, but I believe they had a number of 9 or so, which exceeds that accessory use number. And some of the other animals on the property are included in that livestock use. So a small lot or a lot of any size in the RSF 40 district is not permitted to have livestock by right. So the equestrian uses, as long as to be conforming in today's code, you have to have a certain acreage size, and there's that commercial versus non-commercial difference for equestrian uses, but livestock is its separate use, so livestock cannot be included on an RSF 40 lot.
I was looking at the lots that's across the street from it. Those look a lot smaller. What's the typical average acreage that's adjacent or across from it?
I don't have the acreage of those lots in front of me, but if I were to guess, they probably fall in the 1 to 3 range.
Your mic's not on. The map on the left with all of the yellow, that's the current zoning, and the one on the right is the future land use map.
That's correct.
I think this is a great example for those of us who are working on our comprehensive land use plans right now, that how something is zoned and what people move to an area for. When we as a council make changes to that land use map, and you can see the outer edge of the dark green up in that top corner, which is what a lot of people in District 3 would like to see more of, and that's dark green for a reason. So what happens is we water down what we have, especially in District 3 and my Clover side of my district. We water that down and we make that a little lighter green, and then we take it one step further and we put a donut in the middle of a neighborhood, in the middle of a development that, you know, I don't know exactly how many homes there are there, but you know, let's say there may be 50 homes there, and those folks are expecting it to be one thing when they buy their home, and then it changes because of a you know, what we may say. And I know we're kind of maybe going backwards. We're going back from yellow back to green, but in this case, it's the unexpected for those folks. And so my question, as far as what is allowed there, is I know there's also a horse arena there, and there is an event venue there. Is it possible that this use would allow for a petting zoo? Like for that, would that event center be able to have a petting zoo that would be a public use?
No, so zoos are only allowed in the AGC district by a special exception.
Okay, so is that when that I don't know if that event venue is approved, if it has a special exception or not yet, but
as I'm aware, it does not have a special exception.
okay.
So they have a venue on the property now?
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last question.
I was asking Allison, was there an event venue on the property currently?
There is. Mm-hmm. I guess the question I have is follow-up from what Mr. Atkins asked. The equestrian use, some of the emails that I've seen, folks were comfortable with the equestrian use, but even that's not allowed by right where it is, unless it was just me having my personal horses out here.
Right, so there's the difference between the two districts on the equestrian use in particular. So RUD allows both types of equestrian, both commercial and non-commercial private equestrian use. RSF 40 allows just the private.
So the use that was there before really shouldn't have been there.
I'm not sure when it came into existence and at what time and what the code looked like at that time. We'd have to do a little bit of research to find out that question or the answer to that question. But if they were to come forward today proposing to do equestrian uses in that district for commercial purposes, it would not be permitted.
Okay.
But they can have their personal horses there now?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Jonathan, can you go on there and tell the citizens, though, under RS 40, what all that does allow? Do you have that in front of you? Because since this young man's doing a down zoning.
And the question is, what is allowed in RSF 40?
What all he could do in RSF 40?
and apologies, our use table is several dozen pages long. So if there's a particular use that you're most interested in, or a category of uses, that could make my answer a little bit shorter.
Well, I mean, from when I read it, they could have schools, right?
Yes, sir.
And certain other churches.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to remember what the other big thing was. And also, it's way more high density, right?
They are the same one dwelling unit per acre.
Any other questions? All right, we'll move into public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? If you'll come forward, state your name, give your address. And if anybody else wants to, if you'll line up so that we don't have to, we'll know when the public hearing is closing.
Hi, Jonathan Wright, 912 Stallion Spirit Trail. That's me right there on the map, right across the street. First off, just a little clarification. Hi, Allison. As the former owner of the property up until almost a year ago, I can tell you that the venue was shut down by the zoning department after this council, and I know it's different people now, had told us we would be able to continue with said venue. And then somebody put in a complaint and shut down 18 of us. So that's what happened with the venue. It is no longer a venue, and that is why we had to sell. Meanwhile, let me get to my script. Okay, every property, and Allison, thank you for bringing this up. Every property around that property is RSF 40. So, in the report findings, section D, whether the scale of the proposed development is compatible with the surrounding land uses or intended future land uses. So, I'll skip the part from the report because I know you probably read it already. My comments. Allowing the zone change to RUD in the middle of a parcel entirely surrounded by RSF 40 completely removes the protection provided in the zoning. Actually, I do want to go back to that. So, Chapter 155, 0.030 Zoning Code, Section 2, is designed to preserve and protect, and this is for RSF 40, that is designed to preserve and protect the character of existing large lot residential subdivisions in areas transitioning from rural to suburban development patterns. Clearly, that's what's happening there. Section 3 is intended to encourage residential development that complements the character of large lot residential subdivisions. Moving to Section G, the relationship of the request to existing road network, current road capacity, and the most recent annual average daily trip counts. The parcel to be rezoned has frontage on Stallion Spirit Trail, Shadow Lakes on the backside, and they are local roadways. No count data is available. Stallion Spirit is a well-maintained paved roadway with good sight distance. Shadow Lakes Drive is currently gravel and maintained roadway. Now, all of these are cul-de-sacs. All of these, with the exception of Shadow Lakes, is just anybody in the neighborhood. We do not want commercial traffic going through our neighborhood. The development is currently being used for a horse farm. The development would like to add a small animal farm to the existing use. The proposed development is not expected to have a significant impact on the current transportation network. What he is asking for is to run a business there. And the business, from what I understand from his email, is raising and selling miniature horses. That's a business. That means stock trailers going in and out and so forth. Not the kind of stuff we want in the middle of our residence. Per the capabilities of RUD zoning, this has the potential to be a significant increase in traffic in the Cherokee Farm subdivision, actually along with Shadow Lakes if they decide to do something off the back of the property. And further, there's already traffic and parking issues with the equestrian activities that take place there right now, because our driveway is right across from one of the two driveways into that property. And when he's got the 4-H club there, they have multiple horse trailers and tons of cars, and they have no parking for this. Now, when we owned it, we used the corner lot as parking for the venue. And we actually owned 2 lots right across from it. We used the lot next to our house for parking for rideability. So we provided parking. He has no parking. The place is a mess when they come. We can't even back into our driveway because cars are parked all over. Section H, whether the inclusion of certain conditions of approval for the request would be better achieve the goals of the comprehensive plan. No conditions are recommended by the staff. I think the conditions are absolutely necessary. If this is allowed to say what the owner, are necessary if this is allowed to say what the owner can and can't do if this goes through. I would rather see the zone stay as it is and another exception be added to the property for allowing limited animals that can be there. Now, this goes back to another point of clarification for y'all. Yes, it's RSF 40 right now. When we bought it from H&H Holdings, it also came with a letter from the county allowing equestrian activities on that property. So there is a county exception with that property for equestrian activities. All right, so other comments. From an email provided to Cherokee Farms by the current owner, he wants to add more cows, donkeys, and other animals. Now, if you take a look at that, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I mean, a ton of properties that back up or look onto this, okay? And as Allison, I think it was you that also brought this up, we all bought into that as an equestrian facility. And so to now change that, you're changing the backyards of a lot of people. And part of the deal with this is with the cows he currently has on this property, I'm not going to comment on why, but they moo constantly. We have asked him to, you know, kind of take care of the cows a little better so that they wouldn't moo. His answer is they don't moo. Well, sorry, you don't live there. Yes, they do, night and day. And I was talking about donkeys. I don't know, and Tommy, I'm sure you know what donkeys sound like when they start. It is loud. Is this really what we want in our community? I would say no. Then he's talking about other animals such as sheep and llamas in the mix. So I've already covered some of my points, sorry. Property, So, and the other thing that we need to think about, so when my wife and I bought the property in 2017, that was a long-term project for us. We were figuring 20 to 30 years we were going to own that and run that farm and that venue. Things change. We were just under 5 years of ownership of that property. So I understand the current owner. It's a long-term property for him. I get that. But once again, things change. So what is changing this to RUD open up to the next owner? That then they don't need to even go for rezoning for because it's already happened. So with all this, to me, it's very, very, very clear that this needs to be rejected. Now, what I would like to recommend is to give them some exceptions for a few animals in the current zoning. I know that your zoning board doesn't want to do it. I know it's difficult for them, but guess what? They are working for us. And we do not want this to be wide open carte blanche. And it has nothing to do really with the current owner. It's current owner and future owners. The last comment I have is I know that there have been several emails and several letters that have been sent to you, and I want to say I hope that they are all being read thoughtfully, including one from my neighbor Kevin Guyette, and he has a really well-written letter that I hope you all have. If you don't, I have a copy if somebody would like it. Anybody?
You can pass it up to our clerk, and she can make sure it gets circulated to the council to the extent they haven't gotten it.
Thank you very
sir.
much.
Hi, my name is Patty Gallagher. I live at 738 Rocky Hollow Trail. My property is right up against the subject property. I have here, I'll give to the clerk, this is a copy of all of the neighbors that we assessed today who opposed this. So I'll give this to the clerk to share. and a lot of them are here today. Thank you for letting us give us the opportunity to comment today. I would like to say I disagree with Mr. Little's assessment that he said earlier tonight. All of the HOA board members do not agree with this zoning change, so I don't know if he didn't speak to everyone, but that's not the case. I spoke to someone even today. I currently live in Cherokee Farms. My property directly borders the subject property. We're a close-knit community. We bring soup to sick friends. We care for each other's pets when we're called upon. I'm firmly opposed to this zoning change and have already communicated that in a letter to you all. My opposition is based on my own research and understanding of the zoning being requested. It has not been impacted or swayed by anyone else in my neighborhood or the surrounding area. My position on this topic leans toward my own understanding and feelings about the request. I am not addressing the actual legality of the zoning change, which I believe is up for significant debate. First and foremost, I support farming and agriculture. I was raised on a farm in the Midwest in my youth. I have later owned and worked my own farm. I get it. I raised my 3 children on a farm. I support it. I moved to Cherokee Farms for the rural feeling. I oppose this zoning change for many reasons. A quick summary is below. The LLC representative purchased this property is a seasoned and highly educated real estate developer. William Ratchford is the CEO of a privately held Southwood Realty, which owns over 70 communities and boasts over $83 million a year in revenue. Many of the ventures he's involved in, there's many others. As also a former real estate developer myself, I cannot imagine that he was not completely aware of the current zoning requirements and what was permitted and what was not permitted on the land he purchased. Note that his family can continue to farm given he can have horses and things, right, the way it is today. I have concerns over the current care of the property. I've witnessed poor field maintenance. It lacks fence repair and inadequate animal care. I have concerns again that this applicant is the CEO of Southwood Realty, a company which has a 1 out of 5-star rating with the local Better Business Bureau. There are dozens of complaints over the last 3 years demonstrating that this owner may not be addressing issues where the community he owns is impacted. In addition to the company's poor rating, this CEO pushed to place 200 housing units on a 41-acre tract in the small town of Waynesville, North Carolina, at a price of $2,195 a month, which seems to me high density and not affordable for that area. He's also listed as an officer of NRP Group LLC, which has 2 active projects worth over $143 million. I only state this fact so that we are clear that this man is a significant and successful real estate developer in several states. He now holds 15 acres in Clover, South Carolina, and under the revised zoning, he could choose profit over the good of the community. Often, lucrative profits can change the course of initial intentions. Under the proposed zoning, the LLC which owns this parcel will be required to make a profit. That was just talked about. It concerns me and could absolutely lead to increased traffic or changes in usage. I wish to argue that the allowed uses of the proposed zoning are absolutely not compatible with the surrounding land uses, which is strictly residential and not rural homesteads. And again, you all listed some of the uses that the new zoning would allow. There are others, and I'm not sure that this is right. You should be able to confirm, but you can have commercial kennels. With special exception, you can have composting facilities, landfills, campgrounds, RV parks, greenhouses, nurseries, amphitheater, outdoor stages, bandstands, event venues, manufactured homes, animal and pet services, assisted living, nursing care, and others. Also on there is airports and heliports. So again, for a future use, if this changes hands, who knows, right? In closing, I'm worried about William Ratchford's intentions for this property, what he says versus what he does. His phone call to me recently regarding his proposal came across as aggressive to me. His approach was, if you don't agree to the rezoning, I will drop houses on the land behind you and ruin your view. This behavior concerns me and makes me distrustful. Thank you for your consideration. I encourage you to oppose this zoning change request. I shared the opposition map. Many of my neighbors are here tonight, so you can ask them to stand up if you'd like to see how many of us oppose it, but there are, I believe, close to 30. Thank you.
You'll just keep coming forward, please.
Good evening. My name is George Becker, and I reside at 888 Stallion Spirit Trail. I'd like to add a little clarification to an earlier statement made. The HOA board of Cherokee Farms may have been polled on the respective zoning change, but the results of this polling does in no way represent the view of the majority of the HOA members. That being said, my wife and I have written to our District 3 representative and the entire York County Council on Thursday, January 26, 2023, and are providing this statement at these proceedings to inform you that we are opposed to the zoning change request for case 2248. We believe that this requested zoning change to RUD without any specific restrictions negatively impacts the character of Cherokee Farm subdivision and the surrounding neighborhood. And as we can see, the entire surrounding neighborhood is RSF 40. It also will negatively impact the property values of our property and all of the homes in Cherokee Farm subdivision and the surrounding neighborhood. We also believe that some of the permitted land uses in zoning classification RUD in this case are not in accordance with the goals of the York County Comprehensive Plan. We believe this is the case because Cherokee Farm subdivision was envisioned and approved to be a single-family detached dwelling neighborhood on 1 and 1.5 acre lots and as an equestrian community. The existing RSF 40 designation at 937 Stallion Spirit Trail and all the lots surrounding this property is intended to protect the intended use of the land in the present and for the future. An RUD agricultural land use in this area is incompatible with single-family large lot homes. Cherokee Farms transitioned from rural to suburban years ago. Allowing a large farm with a variety of animals will discourage, not encourage, residential development. The area in question is designated single-family residential on the comprehensive plan future land use map, not agricultural. Several important factors were not considered in the recommendation for this proposed amendment to the zoning map, specifically the factor to, quote, include certain conditions of approval for the request that would better achieve the goals of the comprehensive plan. The applicant is asking to approve spot zoning, a practice that has been legally invalidated in South Carolina. Just based on this one factor, this zoning request should have been rejected by the York County Zoning Division. We also want to remind the council that Cherokee Farm subdivision is limited to 52 lots and approved traffic pattern studies as per the final plat for Cherokee Farms, Kings Mountain Township, York County, South Carolina, 30 April 2007. That being said, I'm not against having horses and chickens on a property in accordance with the existing appropriate zoning use. However, I researched the RUD zoning uses, and this type of zoning is too broad, and as I said earlier, is incompatible with single-family large lot homes and the envisioned approved intent of the existing community. I have written the York County Planning Manager to ask the following questions and receive the following answers. I asked, in lieu of applying for the zoning change from RSF 40 to RUD, did the applicant have the option of applying for an exception as part of the RSF 40 use to allow for the keeping and raising of livestock with specific restrictions? The answer I received was no. I asked also, the restrictions I'm asking about are maximum numbers of animals, species, types, raising and selling of animals, no processing allowed. The answer I received was the zoning board does not allow specific restrictions and cannot enforce specific restrictions such as maximum numbers of animals, species, animals, types, and the raising and selling of live animals, no processing allowed. So then I asked if the applicant did not or does not have the option of applying for an exception as part of the existing RSF 40 use to allow for keeping and raising of livestock, can the applicant apply for RUD zoning with specific restrictions on it? And the answer I received was no. So, based on those responses from the York County Planning Manager and my research of the York County Code of Ordinances Chapter 155 Zoning Code, I can only come to the logical conclusion that I must oppose and ask the York County Council to deny the zoning change request for case 2248 to rezone these 15 acres. And I'd just like to leave you with some final thoughts. Intentions are exactly that, intentions. They're an aim or a plan. Plans can change and do change with life situations, and they are not usually transferable from person to person. 937 Stallion Spirit Trail has had 3 different owners in the past 5 years. The applicant of this zoning change is the vice president, or actually the CEO of Southwood Realty, and I think that was already expounded upon earlier in an earlier statement by one of my neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Please keep coming.
Hello, my name is Craig Feely. I live at 737 Rocky Hollow Trail. I'll be brief. Almost everything I was going to say was taken up. My wife Lisa and I have written all of you a letter. I believe that my wife has spoken to many of you. Basically, my concern with this is more the future use. The current plan sounds good, but there were statements made on whether it had to be profitable for 2 of 7 years. If it's not profitable and the owner decides to sell, what happens then? It can turn into a hardcore agricultural site. It could have as many as 25 to 50 pigs. I don't know the legislation or the restrictions, but that is not what I built my house in this area for. This is too broad. If what he wants to do is what he's stating, if that's all that happens, with that I would be fine. But to make this zoning change leaves way too broad openings for what can be done. In closing, all I want to say is I don't know, did everybody from Cherokee Farms stand up, or can I ask you to stand up for just 2 seconds to see how many people have taken... And Shadow Lake, I'm sorry. These are the people who have taken time out of their evening to come and oppose this number.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone here who wishes, are you coming to speak against? Okay.
My name is
Line
Teresa.
up, y'all line up.
Sorry.
If you're going to do it, let's get
My name is Teresa Wright, 912 Stallion Spirit Trail. My husband and I John, are the previous owners of the property in question. I too do not support the rezoning of the property RUD. I actually would like to call out the inconsistencies of the zoning board for this property, which is why I believe the request needs to be reviewed in depth and question why it was recommended to be approved. On November 16, 2021, we received a letter from the county notifying us of a zoning violation for running a venue. We were an LLC running a business on the property. Venues are only allowed in RUD, the same zoning that he is applying for. In the letter, we were told you have 15 days from the mailing of this letter to remove the violation from your property to avoid further action. We would be taken to court, and we were going to be charged $465 per day per violation. I have a copy of that letter. I'll leave that over there when I'm done. And the violation currently happening on the property has not been removed. I would like the confirmation that he has been charged $465 per day per violation for the last 3 to 4 months. That's a $40,000 to $50,000 fine. I have a copy of that letter. I'll give it to you. But did the zoning tell him the same thing we were told? That it's a business and you're not allowed on RSF 40. We were told we could not continue to operate while going through the rezoning for RUD. Why is he being allowed to continue to violate the code while going through the process? No animals have been removed from the property. We were told that even if we rezoned to RUD, we would need to get a traffic impact analysis done, even though the property had been running as a venue since 2006, before the neighborhood was there. That's another $3,000 to $4,000 for a TIA. He mentions he's going to be running a business on the property, yet initial ruling for the rezoning says he doesn't need a traffic impact analysis. It's right on the recommendation. Why? It's part of the whole process of going to RUD. He's rented out the property to a 4-H group, as my husband mentioned, and there's parking all over the street. Why does he not have to do a TIA? It looks at parking. When we own the property, as my husband said, we had him park on grassy lots so that it was no parking on the street. There's not enough parking over there for what he wants to do. Remember, this isn't somebody having friends over and they have to park on the street. This is a business. He says he's going to be running a business. The letter we received also said, per York County Ordinance 155.076, the property at 937 Stallion Spirit Trail is not zoned for the use of event venue or any commercial activities without proper permits or approvals. We were told that we would need to come up to county standards before we could continue to do business. Has the zoning board told him the same thing? He is running a commercial business on the property. In conclusion, if you do let this go through, the zoning board needs to be held accountable for inconsistencies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak against? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor? If you would come forward and line up.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Beamgard. I live at 1840 Beamgard Road. My family has lived on Beamgard Road for 6 generations. This farm, this area that we're talking about is within 3 miles of my home. I know Mr. William Ratchford. I have known him for over 15 years. He's a man of integrity. I've heard some character, going against his character tonight that hurts me, number one. But I will say this about the man. He is wanting to establish a family home. Plain and simple, he's wanting a place to raise his family. He has already permitted and is in the process of building his home. He does have a barn. He has horse arenas there that were already there. He bought it that way. He hasn't added any structures to the property other than the home that he's currently building that is permitted. He is not in violation of anything in that matter. The episodes with the animals, they're miniature horses. He has these animals for his children to learn and to be a part of nature. He is trying to raise his family the right way and be a good county citizen. I work with William Ratchford, and I have for 15 years. I have been around his family. They are good people. These people are going to be assets to York County. It is not his intention to develop this into apartment communities. Believe me, he owns and operates apartment communities, even in this county, and they are ran correctly. He has no intention of developing this and building houses on this property. This is his home. He is not trying to run a cattle farm. He is not trying to run a pig farm. He's going to build his house on this property. Who would want to live beside that? I ask you to consider letting him go forward with this, and I hope that you consider that he is going to be an asset to our community, and we're lucky to have the man and his family. Thank you.
My name is Kylie Beamgard. I live at 1840 Beamgard Road, and I'm 14 years old. I have been experiencing 4-H and agriculture my entire life. Ever since I was an infant, this is who I am as a person. I've been experiencing horses, cows, chickens, anything you've dealt with, name it, I've done it. And 4-H is such an asset to York County as a whole. Agriculture is such a big part of who we are. But the problem is, especially in the equestrian community, we don't have a lot of arenas that are within reach that we can travel to. Our 4-H group has a lot of kids whose parents are working long hours, who can't afford to drive all that way to arenas that are safe and that we trust to put our horses and children in. And Mr. Ratchford has been very kind to us and allowed us to visit his animals and allow us to expose these children to things. Allowing children to see these things is so important, and it's a big part of who I am, and I think it really helps these kids experience life and get to be responsible. And a lot of these kids won't have this if they aren't allowed this situation. We don't have many places where we can safely let them feel and touch and really see these horses and really see these cows. Our group competes statewide, and we do all that kind of stuff. But we're just now getting to where we can go see these things and really see them in person. And I am blessed that I do live on a horse farm, and I've seen this stuff a long time. But a lot of these kids who really, really want to do 4-H don't have the animals, and they don't have the place to do it, and they just don't get those chances. And what we're trying to fight for as a 4-H group and as a friend to Mr. Ratchford is we're trying to let these kids get that experience because they really want to. And I could name at least 20 kids off the top of my head who are fighting for this situation because this is what they want. They want it bad. And I just really hope you will consider how important 4-H is to York County and how bad some of these kids really want this and that they won't get these situations and these experiences without them. Thank you.
My name is Olivia Valentine. I live on 1736 Beamguard Road. I have lived in Clover my whole life. I was a 4-H kid my whole life. And in 2008, I became a 4-H leader. So I've been working, I mostly do the equestrian, so I've been working with kids with the equestrian group since 2008. And I work in the Clover Middle School and also the high school, and we work with FFA as well. Our kids, I go in the classroom and I show them slides and I show them pictures and I show them videos. But the opportunity we've been given here is a safe arena that, like my sister said, is very close, that our parents can get to, that the buses can bring the children to if we needed to, that the kids can get in that arena and actually touch a real horse. As far as our parking and our trailers go, we make sure we're parked on the property, down past the barns, and we keep all of our cars off the street and in the parking lot. We have specifically told all of our parents that as well. We really don't want to inconvenience a neighborhood. I know how I would feel, I guess, if somebody was parked in front of my house as well. So we make sure that we park on the property and not on the street. But giving these kids a place to actually see a horse and touch a horse and learn judging is what we're doing right now. They have a competition on March 3rd. The difference in getting to see a real horse versus a video is huge for them. And they really don't have that opportunity. And with it being winter, it's slippery and wet, but this is a nice facility with gravel and pavement and a sand arena as well. And as 4-H, I don't make any money. I don't get paid to be a leader, and I don't have to pay to use this facility because he's being so gracious and letting 4-H use it. So thank you so much for your time.
My name's William Ratchford. As I've been told, I'm owner of the farm. I got to tell Dad I'm now a CEO. I've never been the CEO of Southwood Realty, but you know, we'll see how We'll see if there's any raise in that in store. I mean, Southwood Realty currently owns 2,468 housing units in York County. We provide a lot of housing, and I could got a protest petition and send every renter to ask and sign it. But I'm not here to build an apartment complex. Let's be serious. There's no public water. There's no public sewer. This is the property for my house. I got into this position because I had a neighbor call animal control on my cow on the first picture, who claimed he was malnourished. Picture 2 and 3 are my miniature horses. You know, I can dissolve the LLC. I mean, I don't see that many stock trailers coming in when a horse takes 9 months to be born, and I have 2. I just don't see stock trailers coming when I have 3 cows total. I printed a picture of Google Maps on Stallion Spirit Trail so you can see. The big lot on the left-hand side is my personal lot. It's in the subdivision. That is where my house is currently being built. They're supposed to pour the footings on Wednesday. It takes up the majority of the side. The front of the pink area, highlighted area, is the farmland, which is the part in question in zoning today. The orange is currently where the cows live, which you can see is not close to the neighbors. The blue side, the highlighted blue is the miniature horse area currently, and what I continually have to repair on the fence work for them. And the green is my current unused pasture area. We're talking about 3 cows. I put on the next picture, there's a picture of the cow that was questioned to be malnourished, which has been healthily checked out by the vet, animal control, and and you can see my 2 closest, the neighbor's Patty's house is the White House. The other neighbor is Jada in the greenhouse. That's where he currently lives. I printed Google Maps, and these are from 2019 of the street view, which shows that, you know, it shows the outdoor arena. This was an equestrian subdivision. These neighbors bought in to knowing that there was a farm there. It was an original cattle farm in the 50s. It was redone as a horse farm with 17 stalls. They wanted to move close to a farm. You know, as owner of the horse arena and 17-stall barn and maintenance shelter at Cherokee Farms, the farm offers boarding to the neighbors, but there are currently no neighbors who help offset the cost of the facility. My plan for the farm is as follows. I've started building my house to relocate back to York County, back to my family roots. My family, the Ratchford family, has been moving between York County and Gaston County since before the Revolutionary War. For about 150 years, we didn't know which county we lived in. You know, I want the front of the farm to continue the use as a horse riding facility. Gypsy Gate Stables has paid $100 total to use that farm, the area. 4-H and FFA have been using the arenas for free. I want to help the community. The community needs places to learn on farming. My family is in the middle of repairing the fence area for the miniature horses to start breed and sell a program for occasional income for the facility. I can show major losses on this farm. I just got to show 2 years out of 7 for their IRS, or I got to dissolve the LLC. But this LLC is in my family trust to be preserved for my family. And I don't like to get into money situations, but that's why it's in a family trust. My oldest son is autistic. It's so that middle house can go to him and that he has a place to live at. The current pasture has three cows living there. They were bought for meat production and to teaching my three children about chores, life, where food comes. The other function is to help maintain the grounds and the pastures. I don't have the 14 horses that Rideability and the Wrights and the Crusoes had on that farm. I have 2, and miniature horses can only be on less than a quarter acre or they'll founder and die. I have enough hay allocation for up to 6 cows. I have to show a profit. If I start buying hay, there goes all profit. So that's the reason why it's not going to be a giant cow farm. There's 4 ducks, which is technically not allowed under RS-40, but they're technically, if I release them into the lake that we have, they're considered wild ducks, and then they're fine. But I just wanted to make sure the coyotes didn't eat them this fall. They'll be released in the spring. I have 10 laying hens. The current rule is 6 on a 1-acre lot. I could divide the property in 2 lots and have 12 chickens. I'll be fine. But they're for egg rotation. They're my autistic son's hobby. That's what he does. He even went and threw one on my father yesterday, wanting him to pet him. It was just the farm just has to show that soluble business for the IRS. I could dissolve it and it become personal liability, but the LLC is just for stability to make sure that in case somebody did sue me, because it does happen. I've reached out to the neighbors that are. I have 3 neighbors in Cherokee Farms that actually touched the edge of my pastures. Miss Withers, Miss Patty Gallagher, and the White family. I have asked what animals they'd like to see, what animals they won't see, and my cows are only right next to the White family as for right now. I plan on keeping the horses in the other pasture as we move into the fall and can move to the farm. We would buy larger horses. It's just when you have horses, you want to be there all the time. There have been rumors that I don't check on my animals. Somebody in my family, between my wife and I, go every day to feed and take care of our animals. The animals have been checked out by multiple farmers in the area. They've been checked out by animal control, and veterinarian Kent Thames has all deemed the animals in proper shape. What will the neighborhood see the difference before and after this zoning? When Rideability and there was 14 horses in May, there's a lot less horses now. There should be a lot less neighing and noise. The last 3 boarding horses of the neighborhood left in October. I can't put 14 horses back on by myself. I'm just not going to pay for that. But this is a horse riding community. How am I going to have to do this? That's how, as you can see from the front of the Google pictures and that stuff, I want to keep that riding facility facade, that look for the equestrian farm. The neighbors could still technically board. That still shows the intent that neighborhood was built for. But I have to have something to maintain the back. And I did not think 3 cows were going to be the issue. I mean, if they want to be, claim themselves as horses, I mean, that's fine. We will see, in the future, they'll see more miniature horses. I mean, the miniature horse is literally this tall, so you can't see them over most fences or even through most fences. That we still plan on about 2 riding events a month between the 4-H and the FFA and whoever wants to use it. So there's still horses in the neighborhood, and that there is still a use that York County children can learn about animals, because that's what this district was known for. You know, as my children raise additional animals and crops, it can be done reasonably and responsibly. You know, it can be limited to, you know, rabbits, goats, donkeys, sheep, llamas, gardening, but you got to remember, I'm living beside the area as well. I'm going to keep and not overproduce the farm. Also, if I'm building this house next door, you would think the next owner would be buying my house and the farm if it somehow got out of the trust. But I can deed restrict my trust for my children so that somebody in my family can have this land. And it's been done before. You know, my my wife's grandfather has deed restricted his farm for the future of the Herndon family, that a Herndon will always be in that farm. And I could do the same thing. I just need the use for my children to be able to enjoy this farmland that we have. And, you know, as cause of spot zoning, it's 15.5-acre piece of land compared to acre and a half lots. It was never meant to be the same. It was mentioned in the HOA bylaws, but it was never put into HOA because this piece is special and it's different. It is a farm, and that's what we're trying to make it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor? Do we have a motion to close public hearing?
Move to close.
Motion and a second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
I make a motion to go to approve first reading.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve first reading. Any discussion?
So, as you know, I appreciate everybody's comments tonight, feedback. This is critical. You know, as we go through, you know, there are 3 readings through this process. You normally, you know, as we move forward, we utilize the first reading to hear, and we look at where there may be opportunities, such as addressing restrictions and et cetera. So tonight, again, the reason for my second on here is to approve that second, is to look at what are our options between the first and the second reading. So I just want to share with you, there is 2 more readings, but we're going to look at all options, you know, as we move from first to second. So thank you.
Mr. Atkins?
Well, I've made a trip out there, and I don't see anything as far as wrong with these animals. They look perfectly healthy, and I guess there's several different ways people might can come to reason, but when I run, you know, I run strictly for the preservation of York County and agriculture and all, and I don't think that comes as no surprise to anyone, but
Mr. Roddy?
As y'all can see, these are tough positions to be in, because on one hand, you get someone who's passionate about their neighborhood, their community. On the other hand, you get an individual who wants to do right, who says he's going to do things based on what his family wants and needs. I was making some notes as several presenters got up. And when the individual was saying how the petitioner was a successful businessman, he has these apartments, he runs this company, he has this amount of money, you know, all that stuff to me is irrelevant to whether we should approve something like this or not, because if the individual was not successful at running a business, we certainly wouldn't give him credit and give him an opportunity based on his failures. You took it on the chin sitting here tonight by some people that supposed to be your neighbors. You know, it's tough to sit there and hear people talk what they think are supporting their case, but in most cases they're hurting their case, because those things weren't relevant to what we have to consider in making this decision. And I wish this would have been done in a little more amicable way, because obviously you guys are gonna be neighbors, you're building a house there, and this is definitely not a way to roll out the welcoming mat for someone who's obviously extended his property to different community groups and organizations. And I think it was kind of appropriate that 4-H came to us tonight to talk about the new director and things that they're doing in the community. And then to hear this gentleman has offered his property and the use of his property to those different groups, basically for no charge. And all those are great things to do for property. But when you look at going from RSF 40 to RUD, there is a little bit of hesitation. Not to say that it can't be done, not to say that we will do it. This is first reading. This is my first time hearing all this, and that's one of the beauties of first reading. The public gets to hear more about it. We get to hear more about it. And now we have to go back and massage what we think is right, what we think is doable, what we think is not right. I commend you for buying in York County. And I want to apologize to the previous owners who I feel like was kind of forced to sell the property because of some things going on. I don't know if that's a fair assessment, but hearing from the couple that previously owned it, York County may not have done you a good service. And I've seen it happen, not just with this case, but there are some other instances that you guys don't know about. We've been inconsistent, and we got to do a better job of being consistent on how we enforce things, how we treat people, because it's not right to hear how maybe this family wanted to continue owning the property, to do some of the things that this gentleman is going to do with it, and to hear how we kind of forced his hand by threatening a $465 fine per day, and only to hear that maybe this gentleman hasn't gotten not one fine. So that's inconsistent, and that concerns me, and it should concern everybody else up here. I don't know if you guys made that note, but I made that note. And we have several situations going on where we need to do better. We need to do better by you guys, and our staff needs to do better. We don't write the fines. We don't know about these injustices or inconsistencies until it comes here. But I can assure you, we're going to talk to staff about being more fair, consistent, and firm with applying what we said we were going to do when someone's not doing right. But with that being said, there are some uses that I think RUD wouldn't specifically fit in this situation. So this is a tough one. I made a note and sent over to Watts earlier. This is the fun stuff. And I was being sarcastic because it's a tough position to be in, to make this decision for a neighborhood, for an individual who wants to build something and make it special for him and his family. I do want to take a ride out to this property to see how it fits into the neighborhood. And maybe we can come up with some restrictions that comes along that we can put with RUD so that this gentleman can build his house and do, quite naturally, some of the things, maybe not all of the things that comes with RUD, put some restrictions in place and maybe be able to work it out. But I'm going to ride out there and take a look before I say no. So tonight I'll say yes, so I can have that opportunity to ride out and take a look. I give my word to that.
Any other comments? You don't have any. You got it, Tom?
So there are a lot of familiar faces here tonight. This is a neighborhood that I represented as District 2, and that changed, and Tommy became your new representative, and I do think you're going to like him. So if we could only go back in time a little bit. You know, you have to be careful what you wish for when you're unhappy with somebody or something, or somebody tattletales on you for something you got going. But Cherokee Farms was built with intent, and specific intent, and that was to be an equestrian community. And listen, I admire the young lady that got up from 4-H tonight. I just made a good donation on behalf of York County to 4-H, and she's absolutely right. We do need more places, but I think that we have to separate ourselves. We have to separate ourselves from what's before us tonight and the fact that this makes for a great place for 4-H to be. Because I really don't think it's approved for that. And I think, Jonathan, if I'm right or not, it's not approved for that use, or is it approved for a use like that?
You mean for the former rideability use of the property?
For 4-H events to be held there.
We get into nuance there. So we would typically get an application or a letter describing a particular use from a property owner, and from that information, we would make that determination as to where that use falls in the use chart and whether it's permitted or not. From the general description of having 4-H or other interest groups visit the property to see animals, I wouldn't consider that a commercial use of the property necessarily, but it's going to depend on things like frequency. Is there a commerce involved? Things like that. Right. So I'm unable to make that determination here tonight.
So my point is this. We had a great venue there, and that venue, the new owner would not be able to operate a venue just like the former owner was forced out of. Rideability was a perfect fit there, things just went south in Cherokee Farms, and I feel like we do need more places for 4-H, but that's not what we're here to talk about tonight. That's a totally separate topic, and I hope she'll come back because she makes for a great speaker. She could follow me around and help me with some things. But that's not what we're here for tonight. It's not about whether or not 4-H is able to use this property. It's about whether or not what Mr. Ratchford wants to do is in keeping with what that neighborhood is built on. And I'm likely a no going forward. I'm going to pass it tonight. Another concern that I have is that I counted these things, and it looks like maybe there are 56 homes. I maybe didn't count it exactly right. But of those, only a portion of the people in this development got notice of this public hearing tonight. And I feel like in a neighborhood that's this tight and this close, not that we have enough chairs, but I do feel like every person in this neighborhood should have gotten notice about this. Anybody that pulls through that entrance in a neighborhood that is all fenced in and all belong to the same group of people, I feel like everybody should have been noticed on the public hearing tonight so that they know what's going on, not have any surprises down the road, or not hear about this a couple weeks later and say, oh, well, I would have been for it, or I would have been against it, but I didn't even know about it. So I feel like that's something that we need to talk about in our zoning committee. Who does get a notice when something like this comes up? So, good things come from meetings like this because we learn as we go, and doesn't matter how long we've been on this council, we don't know everything. In this case, though, I feel like it is somewhat similar to the case that we had with Allison Acres over off of Highway 274. It's also somewhat similar to the case with Sheldon Brown, where everybody loves the use, but it's not zoned for that. And when you talk about the county being consistent, we do have to be consistent. And when we piecemeal what we allow people to do, we look even more inconsistent. So I'll think on it a little bit. We've got a second reading coming up and maybe a third reading too, but I just think it's very important that, to me, it's important that I uphold what people purchased there and moved there in good faith. Faith goes a long way. Faith, faith, hope, and charity, is that the third? Is that what they are? I don't know. Love's in there somewhere, but anyway, so I'll be a yes tonight, but can't promise that going forward.
Just a quick comment, yes. I appreciate everything that's been said tonight because obviously we're just joining council and we're learning, and y'all's experience is pretty important. And I want to thank everybody that came out and spoke on both sides of this issue because it helps us in the due diligence we need to do through the next two readings. So thank you for being here tonight.
I'll wrap this up since I'm the last one to speak. I do support first reading on this, and I'll reiterate the fact that that is standard practice here for our council, is to give a property owner the opportunity to work through these things and to find some compromise with his neighbors if he can do that. I don't like how it started out. I don't know if there was an offer to to invite, you know, especially when you have developers who are doing something, which in this case is not, you're a personal property owner, but I would suggest that perhaps you ask staff or one of the members of staff to help you at least hold a meeting and sit down and listen, because the thing that I'm confused about is that I'm hearing the community say they support commercial use as long as it's a horse. That's not allowed. They support the event center, which I think is a mistake on council's part. I think we should have found a way to support the agritourism horse event venue. That is, to me, a still on deck that we're trying to figure out how to deal with that. I think we should figure out a way to make that happen. It sounded like the neighbors were okay with that, with the event center too. The thing that, I get the complaints that have been made from the community, but I would urge you all to sit down and think of what is it that you're concerned about. There might very well be a way that he can accommodate you with deed restriction. If there are folks that think that, you know, the fear of having 50 pigs, if that's what it is, and he has clearly no intention of doing that, there's a way to fix those kinds of things and to talk cooperatively. It sounded to me like his vision is not something that folks object to. It's what might happen if somebody else comes here. And I think we need to think about the here and now and figure out ways to try and work cooperatively together. I hope that that happens. I hope that you will take advantage of having staff maybe have that community meeting and help facilitate that with you, just to get down to some of what those issues are. All those in favor of first reading say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 22-49, tax map number 38600000006, to rezone from AGC to RUD, 1.12 acre portion of 38.14 acres in District 2. Mr. Buono, speak up.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So this application is to rezone just over an acre of the existing property, which is just over 38 acres in total. The previous property owner recently passed away, so the estate is attempting to accomplish a subdivision here to apportion out the property. So the blue square there on the map is the area that is being requested to be rezoned to RUD, and they need the RUD district to get to that 1 acre lot size. Otherwise, the agricultural district, which is currently there, requires 5 acres. And you can see the land use map on the right there showing this area as agricultural and abutting immediately adjacent to a rural residential land use designation. And the vicinity is a mix of agricultural conservation and RSF 40. Staff recommends approval with a condition for this rezoning. The application is mostly consistent with the comp plan and the future land use map. The comp plan does have that agricultural designation. However, it's immediately adjacent to that rural residential designation, and the rezoning would not serve to redevelop a property that is currently being used for agriculture. And the uses permitted in the RUD district are compatible with the surrounding area. And by a 7-0 vote, the Planning Commission recommends approval also with that same condition, and that's listed here. It should be a familiar one to most of you. It's the requiring that the applicant record a subdivision of the property that matches the new zoning lines within 90 days of approval.
Any questions? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve with condition noted.
Motion and a second with the condition noted. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item number 7, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 22-50, tax map number 15500000014, 015, and 023, to rezone from AGC to RUD and RUD to AGC. 5.23 acre portion of a 16.149 acre parcel in District 3. Mr. Bono?
Yes, so there are 3 existing parcels today that are included as part of this rezoning application, and there's a swap of some AGC to RUD and then the other way around. It's a little confusing, but bear with me. So this is a plat provided by the applicant of what they intend to do. They intend to have, of the 3 existing lots, some recombination so that there are 4 lots. And this would result in one parcel that is in the bold dark green there. That is existing AGC and will remain AGC with this rezoning application. But it stretches across McKnight Road, and there is a portion that is of that lot that is currently zoned RUD, so they are requesting to rezone that to AGC, so all of that parcel can be in the same district. And then likewise, all of those in the outline in the light green on the west side of McKnight Road, or I guess that would be the north side of McKnight Road, those are all currently zoned AGC, but as part of this application being requested to become RUD. And that bottom lot where it says remainder, I guess it's labeled parcel 5 there, that also stretches across McKnight Road, and it would, that other piece across from McKnight Road is already RUD, and it would stay RUD. So a little bit confusing there, but I hope I covered it.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, here is the future land use map. You can see it's all agricultural there for the future land use map. And for the zoning district, there's a mix of agricultural conservation and the rural development in that immediate vicinity. And staff recommends approval with a condition. It's mostly consistent with the comp plan and future land use map. Again, this rezoning does not serve to redevelop property that is currently used for agriculture. It's mostly just a line swap, creating one additional lot total. The uses permitted in the RUD district are compatible with the surrounding area, and it would also eliminate the split zone status of 2 of the existing parcels. By a vote of 7-0, the Planning Commission likewise recommends approval with that same condition. And this one is similar to the last condition in the previous rezoning, such that they have to record a recombination plat that matches that they submitted with the rezoning application. And so this condition is looking for that plat that becomes recorded within 90 days to match what they've submitted, and that was the previous slide that I showed you.
Move to close.
You're going to go ahead and close it.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
We haven't had the public hearing yet.
Easy.
So are there any questions of staff? Yeah, we have a public hearing. Any questions of staff before we move to the public hearing? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? I'm here to speak in favor if you need me. If you want to speak, here's your time. I'm good. Okay. Do we have a motion to close public hearing?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Close it.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion?
I want to say one thing. Y'all milk cows, work on trucks, and then try to learn parliamentary procedure.
You're doing good. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Yes. Motion to close.
This one's to approve.
To approve.
Yeah. Second?
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, can I clarify if that's with the condition?
With the condition?
Big one.
Yep. And you accept the condition?
Yeah, second.
All right.
Yep.
Motion and second with the condition noted. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We now go to old business, which the only item we have is number 10 in consent. Council to amend and provide third reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 33 of the York County Code of Ordinances in order to clarify definitions related to employee classification, to refine policies and procedures related to recruitment, equal opportunity standing, hiring practices, reclassifications, performance appraisals, termination of employment and resignation practices, to create an alternative work arrangement policy, to replace the telecommuting policy, to amend the workers' compensation and annual leave policies, to amend the county substance abuse policy, including requirements for post-accident testing, to amend the inclement weather policy, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Yeah, so I went ahead and removed this. I mean, there's a lot here from within this request. I think that this one, I think we need to spend a little bit more time to at least understand the details of this. I would recommend we do refer this to the Finance Committee for a review, for understanding, and then we can then make recommendations after that.
So is the motion to defer?
Motion to defer.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second for deferral. Any discussion?
I have a question about the ordinance. Are we not, what are we currently operating under now as far as some of these, as far as the alternative work arrangements, termination of employment? What are we looking to address now that we don't already have already in place?
Specifically, the flexible work schedule, this new ordinance would document, there's gonna be a form that's filled out and provided to the county manager for his approval. Right now, it's on a department head basis. We're gonna probably over the next year have the HR ordinance, a couple of changes made to it. As we go through that, there's an awful lot inside of that. All of these are things that need to be done in management's perspective, but of course, we don't mind discussing that with the Finance and Operations Committee either.
I think it might make sense because I think council, I had several questions who were asking me if you look at all of the changes that were made and not being able to know with the reclassifications, does that in any way impact the class and comp study that's about to come forward? Are there any concerns that we need? The maternity issue doesn't look like it was included in that, which was something that I guess was referred, so I don't know if there was a recommendation from F&O. I think it's just an opportunity since we haven't had, I think first reading was by title only. And so this might give council an opportunity to just get some additional information.
So we wait the third reading to now want to send it to F&O?
I think the changes weren't made until between second and third, and the first opportunity to take a look at it at second reading, all these changes weren't in here. I don't think there's necessarily going to be a holdup other than just to refer it and let council take a look at it. I'm perfectly fine with doing it in Finance and Operations since the personnel policies go through that. And if F&O wants to have their meeting a little early so that we can put it on the agenda, if there's any is there any urgency to get this passed?
No, ma'am.
There you have it.
Okay, listen, we're happy to talk about this in F&O, but I would like to stay ahead of the game, because what we're doing now is we're pushing this out. You know, what I would like to ask is for those members of that committee to look at this and have your questions ready, maybe go ahead and send those questions in and get those questions answered at the next committee so that we're not waiting for answers for for another Finance and Operations Committee to hear the answers. So any questions that you've got, if you just send those in, I'd ask if you give those to Karen, anybody on council, give those to Karen, and then we can address those. We'll have those answers when we meet.
Mr. Huckabee?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think the constituents that called me on this issue were concerned about the work from home component to this. And for those of you that own businesses and have staff members, we have a lot of staff members that work from home. But the challenge is for us and for every business is to measure performance and outcomes. And that can sometimes be difficult. And I think that was a concern of the taxpayers that were calling me. They were saying, how are you going to measure performance? How are you going to measure outcomes when somebody's not physically at the office? So this does give me a little bit more time to understand how we're going to do that and accomplish that objective to make sure that our staff's obviously doing what we need them to do even away from the office.
So again, I just say, if you'll put those questions, that's actually the county manager's job to do that, and not ours. So if you'll put your questions in format, send those to Karen, we'll get those on the agenda and get some answers for us. But I really think we're, at this point, the paragraph that I read here, this is us stepping into the county manager's job.
Well, I think it's council's job to set the policy, but that's the reason why it's before us, I would assume. But I agree with you. I mean, let's get the questions out there. Let's get them, if there are any, get them to the committee. And I like your suggestion to send them to Karen. That way, you know, you've got everybody's questions there.
Yeah.
All those in favor of the deferral say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, what page are we on? Thank you. All right, we move now to new business. Item number 1, council to approve sole source purchase of network switches from Data Network Solutions of Chaplin, South Carolina, for a total cost of $821,368.95 for the replacement of York County's current broadband network as part of the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Program.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Council to consider first reading of an ordinance to amend York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, County Policies, Section 31.01, Land Development Fee Schedule to create fees for design exceptions to the Land Development Manual, sketch plan reviews, as-built drawing reviews, and to revise sign production fees and improvement guarantee fund fees, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any comments from management on that? Is this coming from planning department, or is this coming from?
So it's a mix of planning and public works. So generally, there are a few items, new types of reviews, such as-built, and the potential to add design exceptions to the LDM, the Land Development Manual, that we do not currently charge for. So there's a gap there. And in addition to that, there are some fee adjustments for signs and road bonds, and those are based on the cost of material for those items.
Are we looking at any significant increases or just?
It depends on your definition of significant, but for example, in the road bonds, what by ordinance is called the Improvement Guarantee Fund, if you're doing a local roadway section with curb and gutter, that's currently $55 per foot of roadway. That would run to $75 in the draft here. For local roadway with ditch, it's currently $40. That would go to $65. And for the light commercial industrial roadway section, that's currently $70. That would go to $95. And all of the signs, virtually all of the signs currently run the range of $75 to $150. And this puts all of the signs at $150 with the exception of street name, which would be $100.
How does council want to have further discussion on this? Do you want to have this brought up at a workshop? Do we want to refer it to planning, or are there no concerns and we'll just move forward and dispense with the committee? We can decide at the second reading, but I'd invite some discussion now if anybody's got any comments.
I'd just like to see a breakdown of it, and it was probably in the packet, but yeah, that's what I thought.
Packets
Does
big.
this fall under, what committee would this fall under, Jonathan? Is this zoning? Or is it-
I believe fees fall under F&O. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr.
We're just
Kennedy.
going to throw it all.
I don't know. We can handle it. So how about can we just refer this to F&O?
Let's pass first reading and just refer it to F&O. I think that's appropriate. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, matter is referred. Committee and other reports. Chairman William Bump Roddy, Public Works.
Public Works Committee met on January the 24th. Slight correction on the agenda said 25th, and I wasn't meeting on my birthday, so I know it wasn't the 25th. We heard from staff about a growing issue of taking large and bulky items at our convenience centers. We've asked staff to draft an ordinance and make some recommendations to limit those items. We also heard from staff on use of our landfill. We're starting to see an increased number of unsecured loads entering into the landfill. And as we all know, if you're traveling our highways with unsecured loads, it has the tendency to allow trash and debris to fall off. And if you're coming up Highway 5, as I do, and probably some of your other roads throughout the county, you're seeing a lot of trash and things on the side of the road that we just cannot continue to allow. And we feel like the unsecured loads are contributing to a lot of the trash and debris that we're seeing on sides of the road. So we ask staff to put some teeth into the fees or the fines that unsecured loads entering our landfill will be assessed at a much higher rate to discourage those individuals who travel our highways without tarping their trucks or covering things up. It's a real nuisance to ride our beautiful county and see a lot of trash along our highways. So we're going to try to address that. We're going to have another meeting and hear from staff as to their recommendations for large and bulky items at the convenience centers, as well as newly increased fines for unsecured loads.
Thank you, sir. Okay, that's the only committee report we have. We move now to citizen concerns. David Yarnes to address council on the Morningstar project. And we also have Chris Reed.
Well, thanks, council members, for allowing us to come and address. As they stated, I'm Dave Yarnes. I'm the CFO of Morningstar. I've been there for 12 years. I'm also the lead developer. I'm a hotel developer by trade. In my lifetime, I've developed almost 2 million square feet of stuff, both personally. I owned a bank, a hedge fund. I've been here with Morningstar. I also won the Quality Excellence Award from 6 Continents for hotel management 2 out of 5 years. I know that there are some new people here, and you may be wondering why we're in this legal battle. So I'm not going to bore you with a lot of the details. This has cost both of us hundreds of thousands of dollars. But let me go to this. On August 30th, 2020, Morningstar and York County enacted a mutual dismissal. At that point, this tower was deemed by everybody there that we could rebuild it. We mutually dismissed Morningstar, dismissed 3 of its cases, and your county attorney, I believe, Christy, it's one of your colleagues, Keith Martin, said it makes sense for us to drop this case. We're spending thousands and thousands of dollars on it.
Mr. Yarnes, just for purposes of this, we don't call out individuals
I apologize
simply
for
because
that.
they can't respond back.
I didn't mean it as a derogatory statement.
I mean for any
Yeah.
of the others as well, for our county staff or county council members.
All right, roll my clock back now. Thank you. And certainly have great respect for all of you. I do believe, before I became a public developer, I was a New York State analyst, and I worked for the federal government as an analyst, and I've sat through many, many, many meetings like this, and I appreciate your time in doing it. This was a cause of great celebration for Morningstar. Finally, we could begin its 500-room, 21-story building. And to reciprocate, Morningstar agreed to mutually dismiss 3 of its lawsuits in turn. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, and those of you here and those of you watching, this was completely over. We were on our way. Morningstar felt like it was reconnecting with York County. Morningstar was completely blindsided on August 30th, 2021, when a resurrected lawsuit with a new case number, this is important, there was no notice given to anyone on our legal team. This lawsuit was reinstated on the 365th day. This was not needed to preserve your case. You could have brought a case against us at any point in time. There was no acknowledgement about the bond inducement that we had received from Jetta. Even the York County Attorney of Record was not notified, we called them. The person that made this dismissal was never notified. The first question we need to ask is, why was this legal battle resurrected? Who prepared this frivolous lawsuit that cost the county and Morningstar to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars? Why was there no call to Morningstar to ask on our progress, ask about our planned submission schedule, ask us anything? There was not. I defy anyone to find one common email question that came to Morningstar during this time. There were only correspondence with Morningstar came when we got notice of your lawsuit. Is that the way York County treats its people? Was there a time frame that Morningstar missed? No. There was no time frame under this dismissal that we were supposed to prove anything or do anything. Not at all. Did Morningstar do any unpermitted work? No. Why did York County want to deem this as a nuisance when just a year ago they had agreed to rebuild it? Was there something that happened in that period of time? Did bricks fall off? Did the tower somehow change? No. Did anyone from York County contact Morningstar for anything? I think this is a question you need to ask your staff. Did anybody ask us anything or request any updates? No, not a phone call, letter. Did York County officials know that once they re-engaged the lawsuit, whose ultimate end was to destroy this tower, that it would be impossible for Morningstar to move forward and to keep its momentum and progress going? We have to conclude they did. If York County had not resurrected the lawsuit under a new case number, and again, as a developer, I've built millions of probably going on $1.5 to $2 million worth of square feet of things. I owned a hotel, I owned a theater, I've built all kinds of things. We would have been doing a groundbreaking today. We brought everybody in. These were the members of your staff that came to meet with us. We asked them why this happened, why this decision was made. Morningstar detailed what they were doing. Ziegler was retained by us. We were working with Ziegler Financial. This is the biggest in the country. Ziegler would not be involved in anything that's not sound. We received a $75 million tax-exempt bond. We had the best occurrence. This Hainsworth, Sinkler, and Boyd literally wrote the bond financing regulations. We had 60 subcontractors complete thorough on-site inspection, and we had a primary selection of J.E. Dunn, which is one of the largest in the country. They would never put their name on a project that wasn't going to go forward. We're computing the costs and the submissions, engaged in our architectural and engineering for preparing the plans, the documents. We also had a huge waiting list. I mean, absolutely massive demand for this. Morningstar discussed the timeline with your staff and its submissions. We introduced them to many of our staff and then told them about the other. This is a who's who list, ladies and gentlemen, of credible, seasoned individuals. Based on this meeting, we thought York County could not be bent on litigation, as they could not continue with the facts that we presented, and we wanted to end this egregious legal work. And again, on November 9th and December 9th, we sent additional letters to this county saying, let's just stop the litigation. We had done it once before. It cost over $300,000 to the taxpayers. Just let us build. York County's response, determined to move forward, and I think this is a question that needs answered. Who advised you in this? On 2 different occasions, they again petitioned the court to reinstate this costly lawsuit. This is the second question that needs to be answered by the citizens of York County. Is this the way the county treats a church wanting to restore its property? Not a phone call, not a call, not one piece of advice or help. We've watched other lawsuits escalate with York County, with other developers, and wonder, is this litigious direction systemic? Instead of dropping its lawsuit and publicly stating that York County doesn't comment on ongoing litigation, There was a press release riddled with errors and false statements, and it's now bought the county another federal lawsuit, a very costly federal lawsuit. I'm sure you're being advised by your legal team, but your legal team's not running the county, you guys are. Does Morningstar want to comply with standards? Yes. Today we've completed 500,000 square feet of resurrection of that property. There's just one section, the before and after. We've done 80 building projects with you for $15 million, and you can ask your planning department. We have never missed anything that they've asked us to do. We've supplied plan after plan with your planning department. We want to comply. Morningstar welcomes your review. In 2008-14, is the structure sound? Yes, it's sound. Ultimately, only after qualified, certified York County professionals. Listen, I am a certified contractor with North Carolina for things like steel erection, concrete, but only after you see our plans and qualified people comment on those plans can you make this determination. It's not looking, I'm going to stop there. York County Councilman Bumparati, I'm going to pass that one up based on your words to us. It's important. If Morningstar ever received a report that the tower was unable to be repaired, it would be irrational and foolish to try to restore it. Does Morningstar have the funds? I've heard this one before. I've heard the county more from, do you have the people? Do you have the funds? Is it sound? Do you have the right construction team? Morningstar is a publicly audited, financially sound entity. This property alone is some $50 million of appraised value. We received numerous offers, plus a $75 million bond. Morningstar additionally selected Ziegler. We have the resources and want to move forward. Could Morningstar done more to remodel the exterior? Yes. Now, I know you've heard different things, but we submitted the most simple of requests to restore the property, and this statement was made. No restorative activities are authorized for this building. Think about it. If it's a nuisance and you're not allowing me to do any restorative activities, you're trying to condemn the building. The third question that demands an answer, why did York County not allow any restoration? I'd heard something that we filed the wrong form or something. There's nothing said that. That is the statement that your commission made. Morningstar held a dedication ceremony on June 5th. There's a picture of it. We were told by York County officials that they thought this was a groundbreaking. This is what people were doing. They're standing outside of the building praying. Did they call or ask for clarity about our religious observation, what the difference between a groundbreaking and a prayer service was? No. Have there been any actual incidents of religious discrimination? Yes, the Councilman Buddy Moats, who was the chair of this council, oversaw the planning. Now listen to this. I see them as being made in the same mold as the old PTL, just as scheming. They're out to fleece investors of their units and to bilk them for every dime. If this statement was said about any other race or people, there would be riots. But aimed at us, nothing was done. In a recent press release, Morningstar was accused of calling this a holy war. This is extremely offensive to us. Both of these are discriminatory, extremely offensive, and to this date, we've not heard a public apology. The council saying, we're sorry that Buddy Moats called you PTL and scheming. We're sorry that we misquoted you. Nothing. Do we have background in this? Absolutely. We have over 120 residents in place. We've permitted everything with you. We've purchased it. That's our campus now. It's a beautiful campus. You see how the tower fits in. That's a lot of our before. That's after. It's the way the campus looks now. It's a beautiful picture of the tower. Now, as a result of this frivolous county lawsuit, today, York County answered a petition by the United States Supreme Court of America when we're looking at escalating this discrimination. There's a new federal lawsuit today based on the last time I was here. The underlying case is now at the U.S. Supreme Court. It brings further costs. The questions that demand answers, these involved actions should be, those involved in these actions should be reprimanded or moved. York County should do everything within its power to apologize Morningstar and allow us to move forward. Who deemed the building a nuisance? Why haven't they demolished other buildings in worse shape? As I went through the register, there are over 60 buildings that are built much earlier than this, much older. Why isn't something done? How can you claim a nuisance when you're saying no restorative activities are allowed? We have perimeter fence, security, lighting. We keep this whole campus free of debris. So another recent campus picture. Further questions that demand an answer. Who from your legal staff resurrected this lawsuit? Did they explain to you as the council the consequences? Did anyone from your staff call us and ask one question? Was there any other way around this? Could this have been solved with just a phone call? Could it have been solved with just talking to us? Who from your staff with the proper credentials, licensure, demanded that the tower be destroyed? Hear me out on this. Unless you see our plans for renovation with certified stamped drawings about what we're going to do, no one is qualified to make the decision that it can't be rebuilt. Can you live in the tower now? Absolutely not. It has to be restored. And those restorations are done with stamped, certified architectural and engineering drawings submitted to you for your approval and then given back to us. In lack of that, someone is making an unqualified guesstimate. Who deemed this a nuisance? Who determined no restorative activities? Why can't we clean the place up, fix the roof, clean the outside? Who authorized the press release? We have a Freedom of Information Act request saying who did this? These are the questions that we feel demand an answer. With great respect, I appreciate your public service. I understand that there are a lot of hard things that you face. This is nothing that this county should be involved in. This lawsuit should have never started. This helps no one. The tower hurts no one. It's within our ability to restore it. This is nothing the county should have ever been involved with. It's a tragedy that whoever told you to resurrect this lawsuit prevailed upon you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Council. It's a privilege to be able to stand before you for the first time. I am Chris Reed. I am the acting president of Morningstar Fellowship Church, and I am the senior pastor of Morningstar Fellowship Church. My wife and family and I moved here to Fort Mill in July of 2021 after pastoring the Ark Church in Peru, Indiana for 12 years as the senior pastor. While there, we undertook working with the county there, Miami County, Indiana. We got building permits. We built additions to our church property there, acquired expansion of property. We never, ever incurred, even though it was a much smaller scale facility, we never incurred such prohibitions from Miami County, Indiana on developing that religious property to practice our religious freedoms as we have incurred from York County preceding me and since I have been here the last 18 months. I am Rick Joyner's successor, and I fully 100% intend on fulfilling the tower vision completion. Go ahead, and there we go. Morningstar purchased the Heritage International Ministry property in 2004. And since the beginning, Morningstar declared the property, including the tower, was for religious use It's part of our religious mandate, and it's part of our vision to care for the elderly. Malachi chapter 4, verses 5 and 6, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the children to the fathers before the return of the Lord. The tower was set aside with plans to be a retirement or a refirement center for the fathers and mothers in the faith to come. For instance, my parents have moved here since then, and they are residents in our current facility that's developed Heritage Court, to help them in retirement age to retire, to get engaged in the community, to get involved, to find purpose in their later years. This tower is an established structure that needs finished. And structural examinations, as Mr. Yarns showed from 2008, 2014, and 2018, have shown it is still viable and solid and is no danger to the community to remain and to be finished. And if anybody would be in danger, it would be the people who live there and work there. So if we thought it was really a danger, we would be the first ones to acknowledge that. Now, this is a historic tower that was built by the widow's mite. In other words, small donations from middle-class people. To abandon this mission, okay, would be an insult to the sacrifice of thousands of middle-class Christian believers, and would be equal to the tearing down of any other religious symbol or structure or shrine or temple or mosque. Here you see from 2006 a Herald article where Rick Joyner, our founder, clearly expressed our heart to fully restore the facilities at Morning Star, because Morning Star wants to serve the community, and we do in various ways, especially helping the elderly. It's one of our chief mandates, and to be a blessing. Why? Why would you try to stop that? Now, HIM facility, in the past 19 years since purchasing the property, Morning Star has turned a formerly vacant building into a facility that hosts multiple church services on Sunday mornings, Bible studies, connect groups, men's and women's support groups, youth events. Just in fact, this past week, 72 separate distinct events took place at the HIM facility. Morning Star performs weddings, hosts banquets for the local York County Sheriff Department. We serve the local community with events for children and for youth, Operation Christmas Child, giving less fortunate children gifts at Christmas time. Morning Star has a K through 12 school. My children attend that school with about 200 students, and a ministry school where students can get a bachelor's degree or even go on to get a master's degree, and various other work-study programs to help families and to help young people advance their purpose in life and to be trained and equipped for what they feel like they're supposed to do in the world. We already have about 150 plus retired people in Heritage Community, in Heritage Court, living on the campus with what we have already developed over the years. And we have hundreds, literally hundreds, wanting to move here to enhance York County. Morning Star has restored over 70% of the property, over the 50 plus acres that we have, including the 500-room Heritage Hotel and the Heritage Court. And we are only wanting permission to finish what we have started. Now, in the last 18 months that I have been here, that's what I can speak to. And I can say in that time, our local church that I pastor has drastically, in 18 months, increased in attendance and increased by every measurement. We had just shy of 1,000 people yesterday in our Sunday morning services. And The fact is, in every measurement that we can find, we are increasing and coming up higher. We have demonstrated as a ministry financial responsibility, and I think we've demonstrated that we are not PTL 2.0. And that kind of characterization of any modern ministry based off of any perceived failure of a former ministry, if that characterization was done to any other group, any other religious group, any other denomination, that would be perceived as an insult. We are not asking for a permit. Now, this is important. We are not asking for a permit to build a 21-story building based on 2023 building code. We're asking to refurbish a building built by 1980s building codes. And I think that is worth pointing out. And there are tons of buildings in York County that were built before Heritage Tower was built, before the 1980s, and permits to improve, to better those facilities have happened. For instance, you know, when we talk about how the tower is standing in York County, when people claim that there's some safety issue concerning our tower, the Allison House, constructed in 1860, the Anderson House, constructed in 1898, the South Carolina National Guard Armory Building, constructed in 1938, the United States Courthouse and Post Office Building in Rock Hill, constructed in 1931, the People's National Bank Building, built in Rock Hill, constructed in 1909, the old York County Courthouse Building, located at the intersection of Liberty and Congress Streets in York, constructed in 1914, before the U.S. even entered World War I. This is just a small sampling of a few buildings, some of them built over 100 years ago. And in all, approximately 40 buildings are cited on the National Historic Register for York County alone, all being much older than Heritage Tower, yet nobody raises alleged safety issues about the viability of older buildings, which is one of the reasons why we feel we are being persecuted and picked on because of our religious beliefs. The Morningstar Tower represents a significant asset to Morningstar. As it stands, it is worth $15 to $20 million, as it stands. And we can't understand why York County Council has spent so much time, hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars and effort on stopping the project. We're not asking for you to build it for us. We're just asking for government to get out of our way. You know, so many use the term of separation of church and state as if somehow the modern definition of that is to keep the church out of government. Well, in reality, if you read the original writings and Thomas Jefferson and the original intent, it was to keep the state out of the church, to stop the state from prohibiting church development and religious freedom. So all we want to do is finish this tower, which we're fully capable of doing, which Dave Yarnes showed that we've secured the full financing needed, the JETA bond, before the county reinstated the case on the 365th day of the agreed upon year dismissal. So this is not just a building. This is serious. This is a part of our religious mandate, and we take it serious. Now, granted, I know there are new council members, and it is a privilege, as I said, to address you all, and we are simply asking for the council to take an immediate vote to drop all in any litigation against Morningstar Fellowship Church. It would be that fast and that simple, but instead you all insist on continuing to further more litigation. All it takes is one council member to demonstrate courage that the council runs the county and not the county attorneys. And if that one person on the council would challenge the establishment viewpoint, all of this could be stopped. And I'm asking that you all consider, I'm asking you to go into a closed session after tonight, and you can vote and have an election, and this can be stopped, and it can be shown that this county is run by the county council and not run by bureaucrats or attorneys. As we said, the county has spent already $330,000 in counting. And the case has been made, apparently, that the county attorney does not feel that this case is not constitutionally unique enough to require special consideration. But I would pose the question in response: can we find another example of the county infringing on another religious institution from freely developing its existing property? And so I ask you respectfully to grant us this motion and to have a special vote to drop all litigation against Morning Star Fellowship Church so we can practice our freedom of religion and develop our pre-existing property. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Reed. Thank you, Ms. Yarnes. One question we do have, Mr. Yarnes and Pastor Reed, thank you for being here tonight. One question that I think we do have, and you mentioned this, Mr. Yarnes, in your comments, is do you have a binding permit application, a building permit application with the drawings that have been stamped, as you discussed, that have been submitted for consideration and issued? You mentioned in your comments before about the building permit and the application and the stamped file. The question that I do have for you is, do you have your building permit application ready with the drawings that you mentioned that have been stamped, and have they been submitted?
That's a great question. Yeah, when we were engaged with J.E. Dunn, putting not only together the plans but the submission process, this is a big project. You've really got to look at staff and say, are they qualified to comment on this? This is a $75 million restructuring of a big building. So this is a very complicated, very precise effort. We have spent $200,000 in engineering studies. We'll bring those into you approximately. We have worked with J.E. Dunn to completely redo our understanding of how to rebuild this. We are ready, willing, and able to submit permits to you. Honestly, we've not been doing anything but focusing on litigation since the lawsuit came back up. We're ready, willing, and able to go. This requires, we've got an architect engaged, we've got all of our building consultants engaged, and now you've delayed us from a very favorable bond pricing. Am I answering the question right? We're ready, willing, and able. This is a very complicated. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on engineering studies. We'd love to show them to you. We'd love to put the permit together, submit it to you. We'd need to work with your development office too. Can you imagine any other developer, instead of asking
Mr.
them?
Yarnes, I think the question was simply, have you submitted anything for the council to consider? Or
Yes,
for the
we've
county to
submitted
consider?
time and time again. We submitted engineering studies to them. We've submitted, our original site plan was approved or was motioned to be approved. We never saw the approval on it. All of the structural components of the rebuilding were sent to York County. Am I answering the question correctly?
I think the question was, is there anything currently pending that's been submitted? Do you have your application ready to move forward
We
with
have
construction?
nothing that's pending with you. We're looking forward to doing that, yes.
So I think council will take any of the information that you have provided and that you have on deck, and we'll certainly take that into consideration.
We'd love to
Thank you for
provide
being
it
here
to you.
tonight.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir. think we have one more citizen who has waited very patiently to address the council. Dan Watson, if you are still here, we want to hear from you.
Ma'am, I just want to say, we submitted a permit in 2018, and we're told we could not submit any other permits at that time.
Is Mr. Watson here? I don't think he's here. Do we have a motion for executive session? Why don't we come back with non-agenda?
Yeah, we're doing non-agenda. We're gonna go do the non-agenda.
I think, let's wait. Let's go into executive session. I think we need to get some.
Yeah, so we have receipt of legal advice, litigation update.
Someone's here for that speaker.
I'm sorry, Mr. Watson? I think he was the one who signed up. You have to be the individual person who signs up for that. I think that issue is going to come up plenty of times, so he'll have an opportunity then. Thank you, ma'am. I think we do need a motion to suspend the rules to move the non-agenda comments until after the executive session. Do we have a motion for that?
We have a motion to go into executive session.
We need a motion to suspend the rules to
Motion to suspend the rules.
motion and a second. We'll move the non-agenda comments until after executive session. And so our motion for executive session, please.
Motion for executive session to
I think we need to get into executive. John T. needs to be holding something.
Yeah, motion for executive session for receipt of legal advice, litigation update.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll go straight into executive session. I don't believe we have any motions. We did suspend the rules to allow for non-agenda comments to come after executive session. Just a couple of things that I want to make sure. We had the memo that was circulated on the retiree benefit issue, and after speaking with David and management, want to refer that memo to Mr. Huckabee's committee. I understand you've agreed to take that issue on, and the purpose of it to be to review the memo, to look at the notice and any other options, and just explore if there's something else that can be done, work with management, and then to report back to council any.
Does that include revising the plan for buyouts or eliminating the active employees as participants? I mean, everything's open?
I would hope so. Explore any options, yeah.
Other referral, I know that this was already pending before the council switched over. So the referral to JPS committee to revisit the policies and study and research the standard operating procedures and best practices for payroll, and to revisit the incentive pay issue. That's something that's still on the JPS committee radar. I think management is working to have the meeting with the fire staff, but just want to make sure that's clear that that's still on there. I understand that there were some questions about the committees, and this is how these committees typically run. The finance and operations, they aren't restricted to these dates, but they have standing dates because they typically have standing issues to take up. Finance and operations has standing items of reviewing applications for commissions and boards and getting financial updates. Those meetings are typically scheduled and on the books the second council meeting of the month at 5 o'clock. Those are reserved, and the same for economic development. There are project updates that have to be done timely, and they typically take the 5 p.m. slot on the first meeting of the council month.
Yes.
I don't know was there anything else that needed to be referred? Okay.
We have a couple of instances, and I'm sure you probably do too in your districts, that pertain to nuisance dogs. One is a situation with breeding and constant barking. The other is one with dogs who are constantly out. They're very dangerous dogs. They're constantly out. And I'm not sure if that's public works, zoning, or justice and public safety. But I think we're gonna have to address, one's been going on for, 8 months. The people are miserable, and they've been calls to the sheriff, and there's just been little enforcement. And I would like to know what the proper procedure is, and if there's more needed in order to give these residents some relief from these situations.
I think one thing would be helpful for management and legal to take a look at that, and to help us identify what is the most appropriate committee to take a look at. But we need to get some feedback from management first. I think we need to, if there's a combination of 3, let's just get some feedback from management as to what.
I can give you some fine details on it. We'll figure out where that might fall.
We'll circle back. Any other, Mr.
Yep.
Huckabee?
One other thing, Health and Environmental Protection Committee. So we attended, some of us in the room attended the Partners in Conservation and Agriculture Leadership Awards Banquet. And a couple of things came up that night in their presentation. Some of it had to do with green space, conservation easements, agriculture in general, green space. Berkeley County is actually, they passed an initiative. You familiar, Allison? Yeah? Yep, I'm not real familiar with it, but one of the gentlemen that served on Berkeley County lives in York County now. I'd like for our committee to take that on and begin to look into this further and see if there's anything we need to do in York County to protect agricultural land in particular and green space.
I definitely think that our council, we're having our workshop tomorrow. We get to see each other again. I'll make sure we get some food there. if we can't, I definitely think that's certainly right for your committee. If we can have that conversation tomorrow and maybe hone in on what how to target that and look at ways to preserve our farming community. And, I mean, I'll let the rest of the council chime in. I think that's something I fully support, as well as preservation efforts and taking a look at what options are out there that maybe we haven't looked at. I have no problem with the committee taking a look at that.
That's good.
Anybody else?
Yeah,
Ms.
so,
Ruddick?
yeah, so I got a couple things. So one of the things I want to update you all on is that our latest RFATS meeting was January 27th. A couple of things came out of that meeting. One of those was the fact that the 2 roads that were on the former Panther property were now, the SCDOT came up with grant money which they were using on their bridge project, and there's additional grant money that they can actually apply to the $10 million that Rock Hill was trying to shift over to that property. So we were able to remove the $10 million out of the motion, and we were able to go forward with them applying with SCDOT's gracing the $10 million grant money, and they'll be working together with them on that. So that's a good news story, and it was allowed the guide share money to stay on Celanese where it was originally allocated. So that's a good news story. The other thing I want to share with y'all, the census numbers came in for this year, and they actually aligned the RFAS committee to be over 200,000 in numbers for this area. So that means that we actually raised ourselves up to the top level of an MPO, which actually buys us opportunities and more opportunities from grant share, from a guide share perspective, and also an opportunity to possibly expand RFATs based on what would make sense. So it's a good news story, and it also separates us immensely from the overlay from Charlotte that they originally had on us. And again, it all applies to the opportunity that we have had enough growth here that we've gotten to this point where we're much stronger as an MPO. And it's going to allow more opportunity from a guide share perspective. The other thing too is there's probably going to be a reallocation of the kitty based on where the growth is, and that's going to be worked on. And starting this month, I'll be taking over the chair position on the RFATs too. So just share that with y'all. Yeah, thank you. That's it.
Any other non-agenda comment?
I reserve the balance of my time
Wow.
to the next meeting.
Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.
Hey, Karen.